Good morning. My name is Roni Stauber. I'm the director of the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Research Center, and I'm pleased to welcome you all to the International Conference, 70 Years of Holocaust Compensation and Restitutions. Mr. Dani Dayan, the chairman of Yad Vashem, Mr. Schneider, the executive vice president of the Claims Conference, Mr. Steffen Seibert, ambassador of the Federal Republic of Germany to the State of Israel, Professor Milet Shamir, the vice president international of Tel Aviv University, and we will be honored later on also to hear the pre-recorded greetings from Ambassador Stuart Eizenstat. Dear lecturer and participants from Israel and abroad, ladies and gentlemen, on February 21, 1952, exactly 1 month before the commencement of the direct talks in Wassenaar between the delegates of West Germany, Israel, and the Claims Conference on the global compensations, Israel Foreign Minister Moshe Sharet wrote a letter to Melech Neustadt, a high-ranking official of the Histadrut, the General Organization of Workers in Israel. During the war, Neustadt was very active in collecting information and making it available to the Yishuv in Eretz Israel on the fate of the Jewish communities. Sharet answers Noy's recommendation to include in the Israeli delegation to Wassenaar people who, like himself, have spent time and effort to accumulate information and to study details about the destruction. Noy wrote that the German delegates to Wassenaar would probably repeat the claim that the Germans should not be blamed for the fate of the European Jews. In his answer, Sharet made it clear that the Israeli representatives do not intend to enter into a debate about the responsibility of the German people. He stressed that the negotiation would only be about payments, dates, and forms, not on moral and historical accountability. And indeed, in Wassenaar, the Israeli delegation declared at the end of the opening statement, and I quote, that time has not yet come for historical account. Both Israel and the Claims Conference adopted this line. It created de facto separation between accepting compensation, global or for individuals, and avoidance of the lack of thorough reckoning of the Germans with their past wrongs. Communal liability, to quote the philosopher Karl Jaspers, for crimes that couldn't have been committed without collective silence. This separation line emerged following Konrad Adenauer's historic speech on September 27, 1951. Despite Israel's leaders' expectations, the Chancellor acknowledged only indirect German responsibility for the crimes committed in the name of the German people, im Namen des deutschen Volkes. This phrase became a symbol for what the historian Norbert Frey called years ago Vergangenheitspolitik, policy for dealing with the past. It was part of the policy of amnesty of Nazi criminals and the integration of ex-Nazis led by West German government and the political elite during the Konrad Adenauer era. It enabled even hardcore Nazis to begin new careers or continue old ones. The myth of the clear distinction between Nazis and Germans was designed to whitewash German society moral responsibility for the crimes of the Nazi regime, particularly the persecution and eventually the destruction of the European Jews. At the beginning of 1953, after the ratification of the Reparations Accord, Social Democratic Party leader and the Bundestag deputy chair, Carlo Schmidt, said, and I quote, "It would be a disaster for Germany if the Germans were to think that they bought forgiveness by ratifying this agreement and that now they can move on to business as usual with Israel and the Jews." Schmidt's warning was well-founded. Historian Saul Friedlander wrote that for most German, official expressions of repentance and initiatives of reparation seemed sufficient as ersatz, substitute for memory. Israeli critics argued in the 50s and at the beginning of the 60s that the German leadership exploited the compensations and towards the end of the 50s, the economic and the military support for Israel as a way to moderate criticism, both external and internal, for the wall of silence it had erected around the Nazi past. They also criticized Israeli and Jewish leaders for not attacking Germany's attitude towards the past, particularly for not bringing Nazi criminals to justice and for integrating ex-Nazis into the Federal Republic administration, even in the highest positions. On April 1960, Israel Gutman, a survivor of Majdanek and Auschwitz, ex-member of the Jewish combat organization in the Warsaw Ghetto, who later became one of the leading scholars of HaShoah, he wrote, and I quote, "A government that accepts reparation agreement but does not insist on punishing criminals inherits only the financial reparations of those murdered, but does not inherit their spirit and does not uphold their last will." The claim that Israel and the Jewish leadership had to pay more price for their agreement with Germany is well-founded. However, it is important to note that in the eyes of the three leaders, Ben-Gurion, Sharet, and Goldman, the head of the Claim Conference and the World Jewish Congress, who led the breakthrough towards the reparation agreement, the interrelation between reparations, memory, and accountability was much more complex. Accepting responsibility by West German state for the persecution and the murder of the Jews, for the crime initiated during the Nazi regime, a result of the economic support for Israel and the personal compensations and the reparations was seen by them as a historic achievement for the state of Israel and the Jewish people, whose importance cannot be overstated. For the three leaders supporting the Jewish state, the rehabilitation of Jewish communities, and the agreement on future legislation to compensate individuals was the foundation for the future in-depth national reckoning. During the stormy debate on January 1952 over the question of opening direct negotiations with the Germans, Ben-Gurion, Sharet, and other leading members of Mapai emphasized that for the first time in history of persecutions, Jews as a collective entity and as individuals received compensation for actions that were committed against them. They claimed that this demonstrates the transformation of the Jewish people underwent. Establishing the State of Israel enabled them to demand reparations. It also shows a unique solidarity between Israel and the Jewish communities in the diaspora. The Israeli leaders related to nation aspect. Still, from the universalistic point of view, it was the first time in human history that compensation was paid to persecuted individuals and not to countries. Demanding and paying compensation raised complex philosophical, theological, judiciary, and ethical issues, such as the essence of reconciliation, collective guilt or responsibility, historical accountability, and its impact on collective memory. In his well-known speech in 1966 on German and Jews, the eminent scholar of the Kabbalah, Gershon Shalom, said, "Abysses are flank open by events, bridges built by goodwill. Bridges are needed to pass over abysses. They are constructed. They are the product of conscious thinking and willingness." In the next 3 days, we will discuss the developments, the impacts of the Luxembourg Agreement from a wide range of perspectives: historical, diplomatic, legal, economic, and social. We will hear about the continued struggle for reparations of Jewish property and about recent campaigns such as handling looted cultural property by the Claims Conference, the claims of Jews from North Africa and Middle East countries for compensations, and so on. There is no doubt that these discussions will involve difficult questions about the memory and historical accountability. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure now to thank all our colleagues who helped us over the last year to organize this conference. And first, to our friends from the Claims Conference, Ms. Karen Heilig, Dr. Wesley Fisher, and the New York team, Rabbi Lee Beckman, the director of the Claims Conference in Israel, and his team. Karen, hi. In the name of all our staff, Sarah, Adi, and myself, I want to tell you that it was a real pleasure working with you. And as I told you, we don't know how to continue without the daily emails, the weekly and the daily emails from you. You became actually one of the staff. My deepest thanks to our friends from Yad Vashem, Professor Dan Michman, the head of Yad Vashem International Institute for Holocaust Research, and Dr. Yael Nidam Orvieto, the director of the Institute. Many thanks also to Dan Tadmor, the CEO of the Annu Museum for the Jewish People, and his staff, particularly Sarit Uri. The members of our academic committee, Professor Dan Michman, Professor Chavi Dreyfus, Professor Zoje Brunner, Professor Leora Bilski, Dr. Wesley Fisher, Professor Konstantin Goschler, Professor Stefan Lenstadt, Professor Michael Basiler, and Dr. Yael Nidam Orvieto. The academic institutes, our partners in this conference, the Minerva Center for Human Rights, Tel Aviv University, the Leo Baeck Institute, Jerusalem, for the study of German Jewish history and culture, the Jacob Robinson Institute for the history of individual and collective right, the Hebrew University, and also to thank the Go-To Film, the distributor of the movie Reckoning, which we will watch this evening. We'd like also to thank Dr. Sharon Livne, Dr. Iris Nahum, and Professor Regula Ludi. They organized and coordinated the workshop on the Luxembourg Agreement of the Luxembourg Agreement Research Group of young researchers. The group met several times during the year before and towards our conference to discuss issues related to the conference. This is also a good opportunity to thank the Claims Conference for the scholarship granted for 5 researchers to write studies on topics related to our conference. We also thank the Dean of the Faculty of Humanities, Professor Rachel Gali-Cinnamon, who always provide moral support, and to the Goldstein-Goren family, who support the work of the center. And last, and certainly not least, I would like to appreciate my gratitude to my wonderful colleagues from the Goldstein-Goren Center, Sarah Appel and Adi Moskovich. They did, as you know, they did, as all of you know, a fantastic work organizing the conference, always with smile and good spirit. I thank them, I believe, as we saw, in the name of all the participants who learned to know them during this year, and to the other staff members of our center who helped Sarah and Adi, Anat, Shimrit, and Sharon. I really feel fortunate to work with such a brilliant and devoted staff. So now we'll move on, and our first speaker will be Dani Dayan, Mr. Dani Dayan, the chairman of Yad Vashem. So Dani Dayan, the chairman of Yad Vashem, the World Holocaust Remembrance Center. Prior to his position at Yad Vashem, he served as Israel's consul general in New York. Previously, he served as the chairman of Yesha Council, and before that, the chairman of the board of Elad and the CEO of Elad Software System Ltd, a company he founded. In addition, Dani Dayan volunteers as the head of the advisory board of Nefesh B'Nefesh, and until his position in New York, he was the member of Yad Vashem Council. And Dani Dayan holds the master's degree in finance with honors from Tel Aviv University and a Bachelor of Economic and Computer Science cum laude from Bar Ilan University. Please, Mr. Dayan.
Thank you so much. So yes, I am an alum of this university. I hope that's not the only reason I am being given the floor. First of all, I would like really to thank all our partners in this event, Tel Aviv University, the Faculty of Humanities. Probably at this point in time is a good opportunity to advise the incoming Minister of Education, whoever he or she will be, that humanities are extremely important and should be strengthened. The claims conference, with which we have for many, many years a very close collaboration, and I hope I can say that it's even expanding collaboration. And this museum, ANU, that hosts us here, thank you so much to all of you. Actually, when I was approached for the first time and asked whether we should be among the hosts, among those that give auspices to this conference, I said obviously immediately a positive answer. But then when I was approached personally to give opening remarks in this conference, my heart lost a bit. Probably you know, those that are familiar with my background, that I consider myself a proud disciple of Menachem Begin. For me to stand here and speak in a conference about the Luxembourg Accords, about the reparations, about the Shilumim, is not an easy task. I never visited Germany in my life. In my 67 years in 2 weeks, I will become a senior citizen in 2 weeks. But I will. I received an invitation from the chairman of the Speaker of the Bundestag to come ahead of International Holocaust Remembrance Day to Berlin to open an exhibition in the Bundestag, and I am preparing myself for that task. The Shilumim, the reparations, posed the young state of Israel with a very poignant moral dilemma. And as most dilemmas, I don't think it has a clear-cut response. It has a clear-cut solution. In Hebrew we say, "En leze pitron bet sefer." On one hand, as in many, by the way, in many debates between those two great men, David Ben-Gurion and Menachem Begin, there was the pragmatic need. Probably, I'm not an historian, but probably the Shilumim, the reparations, provided the very existence of the State of Israel. On the other hand, the more dogmatic or ideological position of fearing that those reparations could be a kind of bleaching solution for guilt and remorse. Probably I must be candid. Probably as time passes and we have a retrospective view of those 70 years, as in many cases, I start to appreciate more David Ben-Gurion than earlier in my life. This is not the only case, I must admit. But it's still a dilemma. For me as a person, I believe that also for the Jewish people, and I must admit that in my way here to the Tel Aviv University, listening to the radio in my car, and listening to the Constructa ad about German technology, how efficient it is, I still feel very, very uncomfortable with that. But now we have a different dilemma. Those are dilemmas that historians will deal with. You will deal with it today and tomorrow, and not only with the dilemmas, also with the practical outcomes. But today, I believe we have a different kind of dilemma. I wouldn't say no less poignant, but still very relevant. Unfortunately, but also inevitably, that's biology, we are approaching the post-survivors era. Actually, right now, already now, their numbers are dwindling. Every single day, I receive a message about this Holocaust survivor that one of our testimony, men and women in Yad Vashem that passed away, their number is dwindling, and by definition, also the causes to which those funds should be allocated to have to change. And I ask myself frequently, what is the common denominator? What is the things that Holocaust survivors, and I may say with the necessary care, Holocaust victims agree upon? There is no need for me to be told that Holocaust survivors and Holocaust victims were diverse as the Jewish people. There were ultra-Orthodox, and there were atheists, there were Bundists, and there were revisionists, there were Zionists, and there were anti-Zionists. I will never dare to speak in the name of the Holocaust victims on any other issue but one: their memory, remembering them. On my first day in office, that was August, as chairman of Yad Vashem, that was August 23, 2021, I was taken to a tour of the campus of Yad Vashem. That was actually the second thing I did. The first thing was to meet two Holocaust survivors that still work in Yad Vashem. One from France, one a former Catholic priest from Poland that discovered he's Jewish and made Aliyah. And they took me to the Museum of Art of Yad Vashem. I don't know if all of you are aware that we have in Yad Vashem a museum of art with artworks that were mainly paintings that were made during the Shoah or immediately after by survivors. And on one wall I saw a quote in English, in Hebrew, although I know now that the original is in Yiddish. And it is the last will and testament of Gela Zekstein. Gela Zekstein was a painter in the Warsaw Ghetto. She continued to paint and then to draw because she didn't have colors or canvas. So she hid her works of art in the Ringelblum archive along with her last will. She was a staunch Zionist, but she wrote in Yiddish. And she wrote there, and I'm quoting from my memory, not verbatim, that I know I am doomed. Indeed, she was. She perished. Her husband perished. Their 3-year-old daughter, Margalit, perished. But I bequeath my works of art to the Jewish museum that will be established after the war. When I saw that quote, I almost fainted. Because here she was, Gela Zekstein, speaking about Yad Vashem. Suddenly I understood, with all the weight on my shoulders, the responsibility that we have took upon ourselves of fulfilling her will, her last will, 6 million last wills. And this is basically the common denominator that we have to remember, no other. When I came to Yad Vashem after succeeding a very talented chairman for 27 years, Avner Shalev, that did great things in Yad Vashem, I had to think, what is Holocaust commemoration today? How do you commemorate the Shoah today? And coming from the business world and having a wife that is a marketing director of a big organization, I said, okay, in marketing you say that one message. Go with one message and run with it. So I hired a company of advisors to think, what is that message? And they brought me 8 alternatives. No one worked. I discarded all of them. The Shoah is too vast an event, and the time that passed since is too narrow, too short to have perspective. We needed 4,000 years to understand that Pesach is about freedom. 80 years are not enough to understand the Shoah. We needed 2,000 years to understand that Tisha B'Av is not only about destruction, but is probably even more about Sinat Chinam. It took us 2,000 years to understand that. Therefore, I think that Holocaust commemoration today is it's first and foremost about telling the story. We have to tell the story to as many audiences and in as many diverse ways as possible, especially in the post-witnesses era, because the post-survivors era will be the era of the happy hour of the denialists and the distortionists. But in order to tell the story with authority and win, there are 2 preconditions. And this is very relevant, I believe, to this conference. The first one is documentation. We will not be able to tell the story authoritatively if we are not based on a sound, robust, the most robust possible base of documentation. That's the reason that in spite of the fact that we have in Yad Vashem 220 million pages of document, we continue. There is a difference between those 220 million and what we will have. We will know when we will have 300 million. The Vatican and other places. And the documentation has been extremely extremely beneficial in the things that we speak about also in this conference. The fact that we, from the former Soviet Union, we gather so much documentation, a huge project that allowed Holocaust survivors from the former Soviet Union to maximize their rights on this topic that we are talking about, or recently the research that was made based on documentation from the Shoah in Romania and Transnistria that allowed Holocaust survivors to be granted rights that they didn't have earlier, etc. And the second thing on top of documentation is research. That I come back to conclude to my initial observation. We need sound research in Israel that converts that data into knowledge in order to tell the story authoritatively. And the fact that humanities, I go back to that issue, the crisis of humanities in Israel endangers that also in Holocaust research. And the fact that Israel lost the leadership to other countries in Holocaust research is a shame for the state of Israel. Is a shame of the state of Israel that should be corrected. So documentation, research, and telling the story. Those are our duties for the coming decades, for the coming years, in order to fulfill the tzavah, the last will and testament of Gela Zekstein, of 6 million Jews that were murdered in the Shoah, and of those that survived. And unfortunately, in the future, we will not be with us in order to tell their stories. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dani. And our next speaker is Mr. Greg Schneider, the Executive Vice President of the Claims Conference. And let me just introduce you to the public. No?
It's okay, it's okay.
It's okay?
Google me, yeah.
Okay.
It's all good. I know. Thank you.
No, it's okay.
Can there ever be just compensation? Is the idea that money in any amount, and certainly in the relatively paltry sums that Holocaust survivors currently receive, can compensate for loss, murder, beating, starvation, imprisonment, dispossession, torture, and on and on? Is it absurd? I'm reminded of some of the early thinkers like Siegfried Moses, about whom I'm sure we'll hear a lot over the coming days. Was an early thinker on this topic, arguing on the legal basis of Germany and to pay reparations. Like others, including Ben-Gurion, who felt that reparations were essential for the existence of the State of Israel in those early years. But the fundamental question remains, isn't it true that the suffering and loss experienced by almost all survivors is so unimaginably great that the very notion of a few $1,000s or even pensions of a few $100s, even if paid over years, defies logic and is even insulting? Even from the framing of the question, you can probably deduce how I feel. And I speak now of my very personal feelings. As my rabbi likes to say, I'm speaking to myself and letting you listen. For me, two mitigating factors compel us to continue in these endeavors. Although perhaps obvious, I think they bear worth mentioning as the backdrop of all of our discussions over the coming 3 days. The first, very practical. For so many survivors, the money matters. In the early years, money helped young survivors get education and restart their lives. It helped older survivors establish themselves and help build families. And even today, we estimate that 110,000 of the living 275,000 Holocaust survivors live in or near poverty. Let me say it again, because it's probably the most important thing that I will say. 110,000 Holocaust survivors of the 275,000 alive today live in or near poverty. Making even the paltry sums important when deciding between food and rent. Second, the symbolic nature of the payments. For most survivors, the suffering in the Shoah was the seminal experience of their lives. I do many home visits, as you can imagine, to Holocaust survivors. And almost always, when I ask about family, they say they have none. They're alone. Now, invariably, the social worker, the caseworker from the agency, the welfare agency that the Claims Conference is funding, will interject or will whisper to me, the survivor actually has or had a spouse. Maybe they have children and grandchildren. But what the survivor means is that the nuclear family, and often extended family, of their childhood is gone. Their parents, siblings, aunts, uncles, and cousins were murdered, and they singularly survived. Especially in old age, when we frequently regress, many survivors' first reaction is to think about the core defining experience of their lives. Over 70 years, compensation, such as the Hardship Fund, BEG, Article 2, CEF, Central and East European Fund, the Child Survivor Fund, have come to symbolize recognition of suffering. The payment, no matter how small, validates the suffering experienced during the Shoah and that of the subsequent 70 years. For surely, the suffering lingers. In addition to physical ailments, the psychological trauma endures. Night terrors, survivor's guilt, complicated familial relationships, just to name a few. But what I have grown to understand is that if the compensation payment is acknowledgement, validating the experience, then by corollary, a rejection from a compensation program is invalidating. Basically, a re-traumatization by rejecting, invalidating, undermining the person's core self-identity. And think of the many reasons for technical rejection. The income or assets can be just above a set limit, or the lack of required proof, or even a mistake by a caseworker. But for the survivor, it is not a technical rejection. It can be a major psychological trigger. It imbues our work with far more importance. Yes, for many, the money matters, but it is never really about the money. We are here to discuss developments in Holocaust compensation and restitution during the last 70 years since the Luxembourg agreements. But my message would be different if this were the 100th anniversary since the Luxembourg agreements. Then this would be a purely academic discussion, still interesting, but a matter of history. However, because we are still administering and shaping programs, still negotiating and implementing agreements, the past is relevant today. I will examine with you what happened during the last 70 years in one particular case, one example of what we have learned from the endeavors and how examining the past has led to more equitable programs for Holocaust survivors. Any lessons must be viewed in light of the fact that something novel, something new was constructed and implemented. These agreements and programs were revolutionary. Nothing like them had been done before. Despite this, the programs today diverge quite radically from those initial programs. My remarks focus on the programs that aim to deliver compensation payments to individuals. After the Luxembourg agreements, these efforts were codified in legislation. The German Federal Indemnification Law, Bundesentschädigungsgesetz, known by the acronym BEG. I want to highlight three facets of that original BEG that were completely revised in the subsequent 70 years. Number one, the BEG set forth provisions for awarding of pensions of damage to health for certain persecutees, and this provision became one of the main legislative bases in the 1950s for pensions of victims of incarceration in concentration camps in ghettos. In order to receive such a pension, the victims had to go to a doctor. In most countries, a doctor specified in an approved list of doctors from the German government and have an evaluation by the approved German doctor of the BEG authorities in Germany of if and how much their then health deterioration was caused with a direct linkage by their persecution. The award of the pension was dependent upon evidence of the damage to health, fixed by the percentage of the reduction of earning capacity, which implemented the amount of the pension, impacted the amount of the pension. Merely being in a concentration camp for less than a year was, and in and of itself, insufficient to obtain a pension. As a result of this agreement, many applicants who were in camps were denied pensions. Now, using today's lenses, this notion is cruel. As I spoke earlier of re-traumatization, can you imagine going through this process, what that must have been like for a Holocaust survivor in those years? Number two, the applicant had to prove his or her own persecution. The burden was on the survivor to submit an application to the German authorities in German and to provide the relevant documentation to substantiate the application. In some cases, the applicant could simply not provide the necessary plausible documentation, could not supply proof that there were a particular camp or ghetto, and thus did not file a claim or filed an incomplete claim, and the claim was denied. In many cases, this led to many applicants also turning to lawyers, with some being better than others, of course, and all lawyers, as still happens today, require a significant payment for representing the survivor. Number 3, given that the application was filed under a German law, appeals had to be filed with German courts. Not only were there delays that were lengthy and costly, but as shown by the report of the German Justice Ministry in 2016, the failure of denazification in the German civil service resulted in a judicial system that continued to employ many of the same judges and prosecutors who had worked and implemented Nazi laws during the Nazi era. And by the way, had benefited from the expulsion of Jewish lawyers and judges from the civil service. It was these same judges who would hear appeals from survivors. These and other deficiencies were brought to light by survivor organizations, legal assistance groups such as the URO, the United Restitution Organization, the Claims Conference staff in Germany, and journalists and academics who followed the issues. I point all of this out only because it was due to constant evaluation, analysis, critique of the benefits, deficiencies of the programs, that we can better the programs, making them better, more appropriate for Holocaust survivors. As most of you know, the programs established in subsequent decades, particularly those under the Article 2 Fund agreement, have a totally different framework. By the way, it is called the Article 2 Fund as the obligation negotiated by the Claims Conference to form agreements for those victims of Nazi persecution who had suffered serious persecution but have received no or minimal previous compensation, was set forth in Article 2 of the implementation agreement of the reunification agreement between the two Germanys in 1990. That's a mouthful. It was a lot of words there. But basically, the very agreement that allowed East and West Germany to combine to create the new Germany, the unified Germany, in that agreement, Article 2 speaks of required additional funding for Holocaust survivors. The programs were no longer founded in legislation, but were created as a result of bilateral agreements between the Claims Conference and the German government, and are still to this day administered by the Claims Conference. This framework made the agreements easier to amend than legislation. I'll highlight just a few important ways in which the agreements diverged from the earlier programs about which I spoke. First, the application forms to be completed by applicants today exist in multiple languages. For sure, the forms are still burdensome and likely triggering. But we go to great lengths to minimize the intrusion and always use existing data in the file to help advance further applications. Further, applicants do not have the burden to submit documentation to prove the persecution themselves. It is the Claims Conference, the administrator of the program, that conducts research to assist the applicant, often writing to multiple archives to find proof of the applicant's suffering during the Shoah. The development of an applicant victim-friendly program was a sea change and has become an intrinsic component of all our programs. Consequently, the number of applicants who need lawyers has declined drastically, as many survivors can complete the forms themselves. And in addition, the Claims Conference funds 300 local social welfare organizations worldwide to help them free of charge. Clearly, one of the most egregious aspects of the original law was the requirement to establish damage to health. And through negotiations with the German government, this is no longer required. In modern society, it is and should be unacceptable to state that incarceration in a concentration camp was in and of itself not sufficient for compensation. It should be noted, by the way, that some of these unacceptable provisions still remain. A widow of a recipient who received a damage to health pension can only receive a widow's pension if the widow can prove that the BEG recipient died because of persecution, or that the persecution caused the illness, mostly with the same illness for which the damage to health pension was granted in the 1950s. Anybody understand that? If we don't, how is the survivor supposed to? How is a 90-year-old who has just buried her husband? The requirement is so outrageous and onerous, it is no surprise that very few approvals are granted. Numerous requests asking the German Länder, the various land like states, authorities to liberalize this provision have been unsuccessful over the years. Appeals are dealt with in the Article 2 and CEF programs by independent appeals judges, who often request independent historical review to come to a decision, or in one case or another, the appeals judge is himself a distinguished historian. This is a recognition that most often the appeals are not a matter of law, but of understanding the historical circumstances of persecution to determine whether or not the applicant is eligible. During the next few days, we'll be looking at the positive impact and effects, challenges and deficiencies, as well as the lacuna of past and present programs. We will seek to understand what worked, what needs to be changed, where efforts need to be put in the future. This applies to programs of personal compensation and also property, movable and immovable, personal, communal, and heirless restitution. Our hope is to use the conference to help provide us with insights of how changes were made in cases where there were problems, hopefully still guiding us in the future. The open issues before us include ensuring that all poor Holocaust survivors receive at least a modest pension, ensuring that property restitution occurs in countries in Central and Eastern Europe, especially in Poland, which is the only major EU member without any serious property restitution legislation, and addressing issues of looted art and cultural property. What is clear and has not changed is that the mission of the Claims Conference, established in 1951, remains even after 70 years. In the 1950s, the Claims Conference recognized the needs of survivors, either in DP camps or being resettled in new communities or rebuilding destroyed communities, and we negotiated for funds and programs to assist them. Today, vulnerable, disabled survivors in their homes need assistance in their old age, and we commit ourselves to negotiate for funds and programs to address their needs. In the 1950s, the Claims Conference used funds of 450 million Deutschmarks to fund the rescue of Holocaust archives, helping establish institutions such as Yad Vashem, the Wiener Library in London, the precursor to the Memorial de la Shoah in Paris, re-establishing YIVO, funding the first research of the Holocaust by eminent historians, such as Raoul Hilberg, providing a grant to Elie Wiesel for an early version of Night in Yiddish. All in all, an effort to ensure that the history and lessons of the Holocaust are not forgotten. Today, 70 years later, we are still supporting major Shoah institutions like those mentioned, and others such as the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, preserving archives and making them accessible, funding emerging scholars through the Kagan Fellowship, and literally hundreds of additional programs. Today, some of our methodologies are evolving, funding TikTok influencers, films on the Shoah like Academy Award winner Son of Saul, Numbered, Who Will Write Our History, in 1945, and holograms of survivors and virtual visits to camps. But the purpose, to ensure the history and lessons of the Holocaust are not forgotten, is still the same. Let us learn from the last 70 years in order to assist Holocaust survivors and their heirs during these final years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm honored now to call the Ambassador of Germany, Mr. Steffen Seibert. Mr. Seibert is a German journalist, presenter, and a public servant, currently serving as the German ambassador to Israel since August 2022. Before that, he served as the spokesman of the federal government and the Chancellor Angela Merkel, and the head of the federal government press and information and office. He was also formerly reporter and foreign correspondence, editor, and evening news host for the German television station ZDF, and he holds a master's degree from the Hamburg University, where he studied history, literature, and public law. Please.
Dear Director Stauber, dear Professor Shamir, dear Mr. Schneider, dear Coletta Vital, and I would also like to acknowledge Ambassador Dayan for his very thought-provoking speech. Ladies and gentlemen, live here at the Anu Museum and also online, it's an honor to address you today. This international conference, 70 years of Holocaust compensation and restitution, is yet another milestone in what is, oh, there he is, I'm happy to see you, is yet another milestone in this year's cycle of events to commemorate the Luxembourg Agreement 70 years ago. And I think it's a very clever design to have a whole sequence of events throughout the year, both in Israel as in Germany, because this shows two very important things. A, we commemorate this historic founding block of German-Israeli relations together and jointly. And B, our obligations, our responsibilities resulting from the horrors of the Shoah will continue to be at the core of German policy and of German-Israeli relations in particular. Let me just mention a few elements of this sequence of events of commemoration. The German Ministry of Finance and the Claims Conference produced the movie Reckonings, which premiered in Berlin in May and will also be screened here, I understand, and I can only recommend it. It is a very, very interesting piece of work. The Ministry of Finance, the German Ministry of Finance, launched its digital theme portal to enable easier access to relevant files and documents, because, as you said, research is so very, very important. And during his state visit to Germany in early September, President Yitzhak Herzog and the Speaker of the Bundestag, Bärbel Bas, together unveiled the exhibition commemorating the Luxembourg Agreement inside the German Parliament. On the actual anniversary of Luxembourg, our Minister of Finance, Christian Lindner, and Chancellor Scholz welcomed all relevant stakeholders in Berlin, including the Minister of Social Equality, Merav Cohen, and Ambassador Eizenstat. And for those who are especially interested in the personal relations back then, which may perhaps have been decisive, Ben-Gurion's home in Sde-Boker and Konrad Adenauer House in Röndorf joined for an online project on these remarkable political leaders. And finally, you are all now meeting here and online for a 3-day conference. This togetherness would have been entirely unthinkable 70 years ago when the Luxembourg Agreements were signed between the newly established State of Israel, the even younger Federal Republic of Germany, and the Claims Conference. Signed, we must remind ourselves again and again, signed only 7 years after the end of World War II, only 7 years after the Shoah, after Germany's murder of 6 million Jews in Europe, which is and will always remain the single most horrific crime against humanity ever committed. Very understandably, concluding this agreement was highly controversial at the time, highly controversial in Israel. To sit down and negotiate with representatives of the country responsible for such atrocities was, for many Israelis, an abhorrent thought. Accept money from them was an abhorrent thought for many Israelis, but in the end, they did not prevail. And I believe that this agreement that could be achieved is truly remarkable. It is the foundation of today's strong German-Israeli relations, none of which would have been able to develop if it hadn't been for 1952, I believe. And we will always be grateful for that, and we will never take this for granted. Let's not forget, even though the German compensation system is based on the concept of what we in Germany called Wiedergutmachung, we must be very, very clear. None of the crimes against the Jewish people can ever be made good again. So the word is wrong, misleading. Everyone who has visited a concentration camp or has spoken to a survivor immediately understands this. I will also add that some of the early stipulations of the programs that you just mentioned to us are very hard to listen to if you're the representative of the Federal Republic of Germany, and I'm glad that they could be overcome, or in many ways amended. Adenauer, I think, understood clearly that this young German democracy needed to be very clear about the crimes of the Nazi era, the crimes of Germany, needed to take full responsibility and needed to express this responsibility towards the Jewish state in a tangible and practical way. And we, to this day and into the future, understand that payments can never replace memory and, above all, can never replace passing on the facts, teaching the facts to every new generation in Germany. This is the responsibility we have to fulfill towards the survivors of the Shoah, who narrowly escaped the persecution of the Nazis and their collaborators, who survived the industrialized mass murder in the concentration camps, who suffered beyond imagination in the ghettos, who fought the Nazis in the resistance, and while they survived, lost their families, friends, and loved ones under terrible circumstances. Many survivors, it's been mentioned, live today under difficult conditions. Given their high age, the pandemic put an additional burden on their health. And this is why the governments of Israel and Germany took joint efforts to provide additional funds for survivors in Israel, to facilitate additional hours of home care, to cope with some of the most difficult consequences of the pandemic. This additional agreement between the German Ministry of Finance and the Claims Conference was finalized in September. This, I think, is exactly what is meant when we say there is a permanent commitment carried forward. This is exactly what it's meant. Only last week, I had the opportunity to go to one of the care homes for Holocaust survivors in Rishon LeZion, and I saw how JCC funds are used to give these women, it's mostly women, a life in dignity, give them meals, give them some comfort in their old age. Lichyot Bechavod is the name of the organization that does sterling work there and in other places, and I really want to commend them for this work. And of course, as always, when you meet survivors of the Holocaust, you just listen to their stories, you go away in awe of their strength and their spirit. But as a German, you also go away in shame because of what they had to endure. And that is why it's so good that during the conference in Terezin 2 weeks ago, the governments of Germany and Israel agreed to jointly preserve and systematically archive as many testimonials by survivors as possible. We must care for and keep listening to the testimonies of the survivors while they are still among us, while we are still fortunate to have them among us, because they strongly remind us and all future generations of the need to fight anti-Semitism vigorously and relentlessly and in every shape and in every form. Of course, as a German, I would wish that 1,700 years after the beginning of German life in Germany, we could say that we have overcome anti-Semitism. But unfortunately, you all well know that that is not the truth. We haven't overcome anti-Semitism in Germany. It is still there, and the number of incidents is troubling. Anti-Semitism even seems to serve as the one toxic uniting factor in conspiracy theories that otherwise are quite incompatible and seem to have nothing in common. Last week, we commemorated the November pogroms of 1938. During these days, several hundred German Jews were murdered, many more were arrested, sent to concentration camps. Synagogues and places of worship all across Germany were burned to the ground, cemeteries vandalized, shops and apartments looted, and then set on fire. The November pogroms foreshadowed the unspeakable crimes of the Shoah committed a few years later. These November pogroms were a state-orchestrated and organized outburst of violence after many, many years already of discrimination, of harassment, of hostility. And millions of Germans stood by passively. Perhaps many out of sympathy for the Nazi ideology of hatred, perhaps also many because they were afraid for their own lives, but the bottom line is they stood by passively while their neighbors, their acquaintances, in many cases their friends' lives were destroyed. There's the stark warning for our times. Resist the beginnings is one such warning. Don't stand by passively when they turn against your neighbors or people of another religion. That's another warning. Germany, my country, its government, and all its democratic institutions are committed that we will never accept or tolerate any attempts to deny or distort the Holocaust. It is an undeniable fact. It is a singular crime against humanity. It cannot be compared to any other event in history, and it shall never be forgotten. I'm therefore convinced that the joint commemoration of these events, the Luxembourg Agreement, our joint efforts to support survivors and preserve their testimonies, and your exchange in the coming days will make an important contribution to this important endeavor. And I thank you very much for letting me be here, letting me a part of this, and listening to me. Thank you very much.
So now we will watch a pre-recorded short greetings from former US Ambassador Stuart Eizenstat, Deputy Secretary of Treasury. Mr. Eizenstat is an American diplomat, an attorney. He served the United States as ambassador to European Union from 1933 to 1996, and as the United States Deputy Secretary of Treasury. And for many years, he took a leading role as a special representative of the President and the Secretary of State on Holocaust-era issues in the campaign for reparations for Holocaust survivors.
Thank you for inviting me to say a few words at the opening of your important conference. I'm recording this today as I'm preparing literally to leave this afternoon to Prague for a follow-up meeting of governments and NGOs to the Prague conference of 2009 that led to the Terezin Declaration. I took the lead in drafting that Terezin Declaration as special advisor to Secretary of State Clinton during the Obama administration. While we'll be reviewing and discussing open issues and challenges in the areas of Holocaust compensation, restitution, and education at what's now called the Terezin II conference that will begin Wednesday and Thursday of this week. The topics being examined at your academic conference remind us that we shouldn't take for granted that we're having these talks at all, the ones in Prague this week and indeed yours, because the whole concept of compensation to individuals and restitution of property to communities and individuals that began in the 1950s, that was signified by the Luxembourg Agreement of 1952, whose 70th anniversary we just commemorated in Berlin last month, was groundbreaking and revolutionary. Never before in history had it occurred. Never before had a defeated nation, here Germany, paid compensation to individuals that it had harmed. Never before had an NGO been created, really out of thin air, to represent a group of civilians who had been injured. Here, of course, Holocaust survivors. This was totally new and novel. I'm showing you the cover of a law review article that I wrote for the University of Pittsburgh Law Review in the winter of 2021, called The Importance of Novel Legal Solutions to Provide Belated Justice to the Victims of the Holocaust, because this indeed was novel. Academic research is critical as it demonstrates what governments and NGOs can and should do the frameworks that have been successful and those that have not been successful, and the impact of the programs. It shows us that national governments not only have to deal with their own compensation and restitution issues, but also have to show leadership and responsibility and work together to develop best practices that can influence other countries that have not yet developed comprehensive programs of compensation and restitution, and affect sharing best practices. It reminds us that those leaders in early years, such as German Chancellor Konrad Adenauer, Israeli Prime Minister David Ben-Gurion, and Nachum Goldman, the head of the World Jewish Congress, who organized 23 Jewish groups to create the Jewish Claims Conference, took real risks. Commencing negotiations was not popular in their own countries. Indeed, it was unpopular in many quarters, but they persevered. So these leaders persevered because they knew it was the right thing to do for survivors, and it was the right thing to do for the countries they led. That's the mark of a true leader. It's clear that in order to move forward in this complicated and emotional issue of compensation, true leadership was required then, and it's required now. The lessons you're discussing at the conference are not only lessons for history and academic research, but are very relevant today. I'm sorry I can't be with you, but I look forward to viewing recordings of the many varied and interesting sessions you've planned. The adage, those who failed to learn from the past are bound to repeat it, has never been more relevant than it is now. We need to learn from the last 70 years of Holocaust restitution and compensation in order that the final chapter of these efforts can be as transformative, non-bureaucratic, and impactful as possible. So thank you for permitting me to participate in this way, and have a great conference.
To invite Professor Milet Shamir, the Vice President of the International Affairs of Tel Aviv University. Professor Shamir is also a researcher in the field of the American Studies at the Faculty of Humanities, and she joined the university in 1998 after earning her PhD from the Brandeis University. Her research is about the 19th century literature and cultural history, and it has been published by Columbia University. Among many things that she did in our university, I'll mention that in 2012, she founded the Tel Aviv University pioneering undergraduate program for international students, the BA in Liberal Arts, and served as the academic director until 2016. Please.
Thank you very much, Roni, Mr. Dani Dayan, Mr. Greg Schneider, Ambassador Seibert, distinguished guests and participants of the conference. It's my delightful task, I have to say, to be last in this panel and to simply greet you on behalf of Tel Aviv University at the opening of this important conference on the 70th anniversary of the historic Holocaust reparation agreements. A conference that, beyond, I think, having a great significance in terms of its topic, is also to be commended as a collaborative venture and as a multidisciplinary venture, as Roni spoken about earlier. Collaborative because I think a conference of this weight and magnitude can only be the product of the cooperation of multiple bodies. In our case, this includes the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Research Center, the Minerva Center for Human Rights, the Faculty of the Humanities, all here at Tel Aviv University, Yad Vashem, of course, the Claims Conference, Anu Museum of the Jewish People, who are hosting us in these beautiful facilities, the Jacob Robinson Institute for the History of Individual and Collective Rights at Hebrew University, and the Leo Baeck Institute for the Study of German Jewish History and Culture. So it's a collaborative venture. It's also a multidisciplinary one, because as any short glimpse at the program will clearly show, one of the achievements of this conference is to bring together a variety of research perspectives, historical, legal, cultural, social, economic, and more, with the goal of significantly promoting an understanding of the complex historical events that were the 1952 Holocaust reparation agreements, and offer insights as to the ways in which these agreements shaped, and I think everyone will agree will continue to shape the present moment. The question of how the reparations agreement influenced and enabled relations between Germany and Israel since the 1950s is, of course, an intriguing one, and it's relevant, I think, to almost any domain of life here in Israel, including, I might say, academic relations. And here I bring my own perspective as vice president in charge of academic relations internationally here at Tel Aviv University. And I'd like to just mention to you that at Tel Aviv University, German academia is our chief partner, second only, I think, to the United States. And this has been so now for several decades. Our first exchange agreement with a German university was signed almost 4 decades ago, and since then, thousands of German students have come to Tel Aviv University, and a similar number of Israeli students spend time at German institutions. The German language is one of the most frequently taught languages on campus. Tel Aviv University has more than 50 agreements with German institutions and universities. And particularly after the establishment of the bilateral research funds, first the GIF in the 1980s and then the DIP in the 1990s, we've partnered in literally thousands of joint research projects that were developed by Israeli and German scholars with the participation of Tel Aviv University. Just to give you one number, in the last 5 years alone, 1,700 research projects took place through the cooperation between Tel Aviv University and German universities. And one wonders, in the context of this conference, whether this extraordinary academic traffic and exchange and collaboration would have been shaped differently had it not been for the history of the Israeli-German relations as it took shape in the early 1950s. But of course, the ramifications of the Holocaust reparation agreement stretch on a much, much wider canvas than academic relations, and are indeed, I think, to be considered on a global scale. As Roni has mentioned, I'm an American studies scholar myself, and I'm fascinated by this one single example of the way in which the agreements and the precedents that they set now take part in the ongoing debates in the US about reparations for slavery. And while it is difficult and controversial, and as the ambassador cautioned us, it's not desirable to launch comparisons between different human tragedies, the Holocaust and slavery. And while the actual economic model of the compensation of 1952 is of very little use, I think, in thinking about reparations in North America over slave exploitation, the agreement, very interestingly, provides an inspiration for current debates in the US. And I'd like to bring as just one example an article that was published just a few years ago in the Atlantic magazine by Ta-Nehisi Coates, who is one of the leading African-American intellectual voices in the US today, where he relies on Ben-Gurion's words about the reparations agreement to build his own case for slavery reparations. Coates quotes Ben-Gurion, who, I don't have to tell this audience, has said that, this is a quote, "For the first time in the history of relations between peoples, a precedent has been created by which a great state, as a result of moral pressure, takes it upon itself to pay compensation to the victims of the governments that precede it." These words for Coates issue a moral challenge to the present US government to accept responsibility for the past. The lessons that Coates learns for the 1952 agreement is that, and this is another short quote, An America that looks away is ignoring not just the sins of the past, but the sins of the present and certain sins of the future. More important than any single check cut to any African American, the payment of reparations would represent America's maturation out of the childhood myth of its innocence into a wisdom worthy of its founders. I think much can be said about this strange and surprising coalition here between the founding father of the Zionist state, Ben-Gurion, and a contemporary progressive African-American intellectual. But this is not the place to expand upon these strange bedfellows. I just offer Coates' words as yet another example of how the agreement continues to live on and to live in and to permeate debates and exert influence in multiple contexts around the globe. The importance of researching the Holocaust that Dani, Dayan, and my other predecessors in this panel spoke about is indisputable. Not just creating more and more quality research about such events as 1952, but also making sure that they're made public. And here, just again, to bounce off of what Dani Dayan has said, there's great importance of reinforcing the humanities and Holocaust research here locally in Israel, but also let us not forget, after all, this needs to be the product of collaborations between researchers here, researchers in Germany, and around the world in order to truly grasp the significance of events such as the Luxembourg Accords. And this indeed brings us to today's conference. I want to thank, on behalf of Tel Aviv University, all the participants who agreed to contribute their research to this conference, to congratulate all the partner institutions who helped put together such an impressive program. I want to especially thank the Goldstein-Goren Diaspora Center and its head, Professor Roni Stauber, and his assistants, Sarah and Adi, for taking the lead in organizing the events of the next 3 days. And I wish you all a very successful and fruitful conference. Thank you very much.
So now we move to the keynote speaker, which is Professor Konstantin Goshler, and the respondent is Professor José Brunner, and we are really proud to have such a distinguished and leading scholars in this field at the beginning of our conference. So Professor Konstantin Goshler, who wrote some of the pioneering works on our topic. He studied German literature and linguistic and ancient and modern history at the University of Munich, where he was awarded a PhD. And he was a lecturer in modern history at the Humboldt University of Berlin. He taught and researched at the Charles University Prague, and then also in Harvard University, the University of Vienna, and Ruhr University of Bochum, where he was appointed a professor of modern history. And currently, he is the Gerda Henkel visiting professor at the London School of Economics and Political Science. And Professor José Brunner is a professor emeritus at the Buchmann Faculty of Law and the Cohen Institute for the History and the Philosophy of Science and Ideas at Tel Aviv University. Currently, he also serves as the academic director of the Wiener Library for the study of Nazi era and the Holocaust. Brunner is the co-director of 3 international research projects examining compensations proceedings for Holocaust survivors and forced laborers. He served as an expert advisor to the State Commission of Inquiry into the treatment of Holocaust survivors in Israel, and the co-founder in Tel Aviv University of the first Israeli legal clinic for the right of Holocaust survivors. So first, please, Professor Goshler.
So thank you very much for the kind introduction. Being invited to give a keynote address here is a great honor and an even greater challenge, since I must deal with two very different demands. On the one hand, there's the legitimate interest of an organization that can look back on 70 years of successful work for Jewish victims of the Shoah to see this work honored. And it is in the nature of any organization that looking at the past primarily serves above all to make sure of their identity and to strengthen them for their upcoming tasks. On the other hand, there's the professional ethos of historians, and this means avoiding short circuits between the past and the present. Hence the question arises, what categories, standards, and perspectives a historian may use to approach the topic of Holocaust compensation and restitution and reparations? My impression is that the peak of public and scholarly interest in the issue of Holocaust reparations lies in the past. In the 1990s, when Stuart Eizenstat's phrase, "finishing the unsettled business of the Holocaust," used to be the slogan of the day, the boom of Holocaust reparations also inspired numerous historical studies, many of them created as a result of large historical commissions. When in the new millennium, political interest in Holocaust reparations sharply decreased, with some delay, the interest of historians declined as well. Today's scholars of Holocaust restitution are no longer driven by heated public and political debates on the matter. However, this situation also offers an opportunity to clarify some fundamental problems that have shaped historical engagement. A first caveat is directed at the use of the term Holocaust reparations. When in 1951 a unified Jewish organization was established for the purpose of receiving and distributing compensation for Jewish victims of Nazi persecution, it was consciously labeled the Jewish Conference on Material Claims Against Germany. Emphasizing material claims was intended to demonstrate that moral claims were not up for discussion. Furthermore, there was no explicit reference in the new organization's name to the actual crime to which these material claims referred. It was, so to speak, a crime without a name. This conceptual situation only started to change in the 1980s. During this decade, several newly established Jewish organizations challenged the entitlement of the Claims Conference to represent all Jewish compensation claims. In 1983, the American Gathering of Jewish Holocaust Survivors and their Descendants was established, followed several years later by the Center of Organizations of Holocaust Survivors in Israel and the World Federation of Jewish Child Survivors of the Holocaust and Descendants. The names of these new organizations indicated not only the rise of the Holocaust as unifying metaphor for an ultimate crime, but also the career of the phoenix-like survivor, which had risen from the ashes of the traditional notion of the victim. This change of concept from passive victim to active survivor was at the same time associated with a new claim to agency that challenged the traditional understanding of the Claims Conference. Finally, after resolving the conflict among the groups over their respective places in the field, the newer organizations became members of the Claims Conference. And beginning in the 1990s, they commonly led a renewed political struggle under the heading of Holocaust reparations. The emergence of this term was marked by the conflict of two developments after the end of the Cold War. First, the quest of US foreign policy for a new legitimation of its international role. And second, the neoliberal transformation of former East European communist countries into market economies, a process that also reopened the question of ownership of one's Jewish property in these countries. Finally, the notion of Holocaust restitution became the cornerstone of powerful legal campaigns in US courts of law. Historians should therefore always remain aware of this conceptual history. A second caveat targets the role of historians themselves. In the realm of Holocaust reparations, the boundary between historians and activists has often been blurred. Many authors have told a not enough version of the story, highlighting the problems to achieve reparations for Holocaust victims and pointing at the remaining deficits of reparations. One danger of such an activist perspective that identifies with the victims is that possible competitions are reinforced rather than analyzed. But the opposite historiographical approach, which relies on emotional detachment, also has its pitfalls, to which Saul Friedlander drew attention in his famous correspondence with the German historian Martin Brochard. According to Friedlander, the insistence on the ethos of sobriety that German contemporary history for a long time had taken as its banner implied the discrediting of Jewish historical narratives as subjective, as biased due to the Jewish experience of the Holocaust. Hence, the dilemma for the study of Holocaust reparations might be described in the following way. We must reflect on our own positionality without retreating to an epistemological tribalism. Finally, a third caveat concerns the question of uniqueness of Holocaust reparations. When a second wave of reparations for Nazi victims began after the end of the Cold War, it was also in the context of the rise of transitional justice, which was rooted in the post-Cold War optimism of the 1990s. Yet expectations that liberal democracy might be a globally irresistible force against all forms of dictatorship and authoritarian rule have since then largely faded. The question which had emerged in the context of transitional justice of the extent to which Holocaust reparations can serve as a model for other cases of mass violence has therefore increasingly migrated into post-colonial debates and is negotiated there primarily under the concept of genocide. So instead of the victims of autochthonous liberal dictatorships, the focus is now primarily on victims of colonial violence. This is where I see a major challenge to the study of Holocaust reparations at the moment, especially given the renewed political charge. So where should historical investigation of Holocaust reparations go? My following remarks will highlight three prospective research areas which appear especially important to me. Let me start with the role of biographies, property, and temporality. Holocaust reparations have distinguished between compensation for damaged life and material restitution for lost property. German compensation for Nazi victims was based on an individualistic concept that chose the social position before persecution as a point of reference. Only since the 1980s, the idea of lump sum benefits that would no longer reproduce the social differences that had existed before the persecution gradually gained the upper hand. And finally, in recent years, when the plight of aging and needy Holocaust victims received greater political attention, the pattern of compensation for actual losses increasingly has been replaced by support in cases of acute need. Over time, then, Holocaust reparations underwent an evolution from social relief through personal compensation to charity for the elderly. Individual compensation is tied to the finite nature of human life. Attempts to extend Holocaust reparations to the descendants of survivors have so far found little support. Claims for an intergenerational extension of individual reparations are based on psychological concepts of trauma and more recently also on biological concepts of epigenesis, that is, the genetic transmission of traumatic experiences, which brings biology into the play again. Even more, in recent years, it has been asserted that not only the experience of the Holocaust itself, but also the experience of Holocaust restitution procedures possesses important transgenerational dimensions. Reparations, according to historian Nicole Imler, are not only, quote, an instrument of recognition of historical injustice, but also an instrument of intergenerational communications in the families of survivors, unquote. In addition to individual claims for compensation, there have also been claims which aimed at the losses of the Jewish people as a whole. Dan Diner even argued that the notion of Jewish collectivity received a decisive boost through restitution. Part of the compensation payments to the Claims Conference then served to rebuild Jewish communities around the world. Unlike individuals, collectives, such as the Jewish people, are not bound by the limited duration of human life, which widens the temporal perspective. This also forms a bridge to property claims, which often outlast the span of an individual's life. The long time horizons involved, however, create significant problems, especially since the relationship between property and those who make property claims after a long time often becomes very complex. However, the permanence of property rights clashes with the peculiarity of law to set limitation periods to ensure legal certainty. And this also applied to the restitution of Jewish property after 1945. Thus, it aimed not only at the rehabilitation of Jewish victims, but more generally also at clarifying ownership of assets, which in turn was a prerequisite for the re-establishment of a liberal market economy in West Germany after 1945. The latter also applied to East Germany after the collapse of state socialism in Eastern Europe after 1990. While the restitution of real estate was handled relatively quickly, the dispute over the restitution of works of art has a longer time dimension and is still ongoing. Yet the strong media focus on outstanding and expensive works of art is ambivalent. Not only does it contribute to a distorted image of Jewish social history, moreover, the associated fantasies of Jewish wealth, as Ron Zweig called it, can also reflect old anti-Semitic stereotypes. You should read his fantastic book on the Hungarian gold train. Added to this is another problem. Individual objects of art have often become a point of reference for local identity in the decades since they were lost from Jewish hands, especially when it comes to prominent museum objects. The communities of heirs and their lawyers are then often accused of only being interested in money, which of course can easily strike the strings of the old anti-Semitic lyre. Thus, seized or looted property not only acts as a repository of Jewish memory, as Dan Diner has pointed out, rather it can also be enriched over time with the memories of those who have owned it in the meantime. This is at least partly the reason for the sharpness of some current restitution conflicts. Temporality with regard to property also means that different layers of memory can attach themselves to the same object and become part of it. Last but not least, Different understandings of temporality also have shaped the relationship between Jews and Germans after 1945. For the Jewish side, the question of compensation always has been inconclusive, since there can be neither an equivalent for the damage suffered nor a limit to the duration of an individual's life. This is also the reason for the permanent cycles of disappointment on the German side, who always has accepted new negotiation packages in the hope of reaching a final settlement at some point in the future. Thus, in restitution negotiations, the Jewish side often instrumentalized not only the belief in the power of world Jewry, which continued to be subliminally effective on the German side. It also has exploited effectively the eternal German longing for a final settlement by repeatedly announcing that just one more concession would be rewarded by the subsequent return of the longed-for peace. To conclude my first point, history, anthropology, psychology, and other disciplines could cooperate fruitfully in the study of such problems. The investigation of the mesh of different temporal structures with the contrast of individual and collective approaches to restitution offers numerous approaches for interdisciplinary research. Perhaps then the old question can be answered anew and better. How and when, if at all, this process can one day come to an end? This brings me to my second point, which is about the meaning of law, life worlds, and agency. In 1964, Hannah Arendt explained in a famous conversation with Günter Gauss that for her it was not the year 1933, but the day when she learned about Auschwitz that was decisive. Quote, "That was 1943, and at first we didn't believe it. It was really as if the abyss had opened, because people had the idea that everything else could somehow be made good, just as in politics everything can be made good. Not this. This should never have happened." Unquote. And to a certain extent, the policy of reparations also took this circumstance into account, in that the Jews murdered during the Holocaust by no means played a central role in it. Rather, it was primarily about the rehabilitation and compensation of a fraction of those people who had suffered and survived one of the many facets of National Socialist terror. What may be seen as an unforgivable deficit of German reparations, namely not having provided adequate compensation for Auschwitz, is thus in a sense also a product of the impossibility of making the associated events the subject of politics. And in this very sense, the term Holocaust reparations is misleading. Consequently, there has always existed an unsurmountable tension between those aspects of the Holocaust that remained excluded and those that were amenable to legal regulation. In addition, legal regulations always live from the drawing of boundaries, from inclusion and exclusion. And so there is an irreconcilable tension between individual demands for justice and the norms and practices of reparations legislation. And by establishing certain principles at the genesis of reparation legislation, attempts by the Claims Conference and other actors to extend their scope were inevitably bound to use the source code once established, and thus to accept certain path dependencies. In 1983, Ernst Katzenstein, then the director of Claims Conference Germany, expressed his despair that the subjective territoriality principle had been accepted in the Luxembourg Agreement of 1952, which provided in principle that only Germans would be entitled to compensation. As a result of the territoriality principle, Katzenstein wrote, the extent of compensation was usually inversely proportional to the severity of the persecution suffered, since the persecution of foreign Jews was usually much worse than the persecution of the German Jews. And he considered it as a major failure of the Claims Conference that it had not tried to get rid of this principle on the occasion of later revisions of the German compensation law. Instead of this, all possible legal sophistication had been used to define Jews from Eastern Europe as Germans in order to get them into the law, with sometimes bizarre consequences. And for individual Holocaust survivors, it was often simply incomprehensible why the same fate of persecution was sometimes compensated and sometimes not. Such observations point to the fundamental tension between law and justice, about which many theorists have racked their brains. The German social philosopher Jürgen Habermas, for instance, considers law as a hinge between system and life world. He also believes it is possible to arrive at binding principles of justice by way of a non-hierarchical discourse. Can this optimistic perspective also be applied to Holocaust reparations? Habermas has been challenged on this point by French postmodern philosopher Jean-François Lyotard, and I'm following here a discussion that José Brunner undertook some time ago. With a view above all to Holocaust victims, Lyotard distinguishes two different rules of judgment. One, where a rule of judgment is applicable for both sides, and another one, where the regulation of the conflict, quote, is done within the idiom of one of the parties, while the wrong suffered by the other is not signified in that idiom, unquote. Consequently, the victim needs to abstract from its own experience by using the idiom of the other side, while becoming a plaintiff who will be listened to, quote, the victim will be silenced, unquote. Unlike in the situation described by Habermas, at least as a theoretical option, from Lyotard's perspective, the victim's agency is mostly denied. At first glance, this theoretical explanation seems to fit all too well those popular narratives that describe the reparations procedure as a kind of second persecution, describing the work of German compensation administrations even as a, quote, guerrilla war against the victims, unquote. Certainly, one might find many examples to support these harsh accusations. In 1974, Benjamin Ferenc, you can see him here in the middle, the young man, next to Nachum Goldman, one of the foremost legal activists in the field of Wiedergutmachung, described the attitude of the Bavarian State Compensation Administration as, quote, precise, pedantic, narrow, restrictive, and absolutely inhuman, unquote. The reason for his harsh judgment was that this agency strictly denied any connection between the severe psychological disturbances of a 70-year-old Jewish woman and what had happened to her in Auschwitz, including the murder of her son and her husband. Ferenc summed up his disgust, quote, Wiedergutmachung, ach, unquote. There is plenty of empirical material with which to write the history of Holocaust reparations as a scandalous story. And this, in fact, has been done many times, especially since the 1980s. At that time started a campaign for forgotten victims, which focused on Sinti and Roma, victims of forced sterilization, deserters, homosexuals, and other groups whose discrimination had not ended in 1945. What role do these experiences now play in the narratives of Jewish survivors? To answer this question, I looked at a selection of 950 transcribed and searchable interviews taken by the Free University of Berlin from among the 55,000 interviews held by the Shoah Foundation. The word Wiedergutmachung, reparations, appears only in 139 of the 950 interviews, which in itself is an interesting finding. Apparently, the use of the term was frequently only triggered by the questions. The interviewers often introduced this question with a sort of excuse by suggesting that Wiedergutmachung must have been a sham. So in an interview with Anna Fischer, a Jewish survivor, in 1997, the interviewer asked, and now that's the question, quote, "And how was it? It also might be an odd question because there is no actual Wiedergutmachung, but did you get some sort of Wiedergutmachung anyhow?" Unquote. The answers still await a systematic historical analysis, and certainly also the questions. But some trends are already emerging. Again and again, interviewees describe the bureaucratic procedures as complicated and time-consuming. And while reparations very often were considered inadequate, nevertheless, in many cases, they made a difference in the sense that after the Holocaust, they were helpful for rebuilding shattered biographies. A short version of this narrative comes out in an interview with Klara Rajik, a Jewish woman born in 1910 in Budapest, who later moved to Israel, where she was interviewed in 1997. Quote, "And afterwards, I successfully fought for German Wiedergutmachung. And from that time on, I was able to build a more pleasant and better life." Unquote. Of course, there are many much less positive examples, not least those cases in which Jewish survivors received no compensation at all. Psychologist Ilka Quindo, who also conducted many interviews with Jewish Holocaust survivors, described how many of them quite readily answered questions concerning their persecution, but how they often became reticent when she inquired about their experiences with reparations. She argues that these interviews involved a particular dynamic of interaction. The murder of relatives or one's own suffering, quote, "cannot be made good again, and therefore the question on reparations brings the survivors in a psychological difficult situation, especially when put by a non-Jewish German person," unquote. In any case, a systematic investigation of the discussion of reparation in interviews with Holocaust survivors should attend carefully to the conversational situation which profoundly molded the narratives. Are we in a better situation to explain the role of Holocaust survivors in the bureaucratic process of reparations if we look at the records produced during the procedure itself? In fact, it is confirmed there that very often it was almost impossible for the victims to translate their personal experiences adequately into the legal language of the German indemnification law. This was related to another phenomenon that can always be found in standardized legal procedures. Claimants learn during the procedure to distinguish between more or less successful narratives, which leads to a remolding of the stories they tell, and this was also true for Holocaust compensation. Furthermore, the claimants sometimes had to adapt the narratives to changing legal rules, which in turn could generate mistrust on the side of compensation authorities. And after many years of applications and ever new compensation programs that emerged especially since the 1990s, the applicants sometimes even no longer knew exactly to whom and for what they were applying. So there emerges another field of historical inquiry. To what extent can we find an appropriate legal language after experiences of extreme violence? And does the split between the language of the law and the narratives of the victims mean that the victims simply have no voice? Or have they also been able to develop counter-strategies within restitution procedures? The challenge for historians is then as follows. How do we avoid trapping Jewish survivors in a passive victimhood role without simultaneously falling into a resilience narrative that takes a kind of the survival of the fittest as its standard? Finally, I want to discuss a third area for future research, and how far Holocaust reparations have served as a model for other cases of genocidal violence. As a historian, I first look back and distinguish between four phases. First, in the early 1940s, in the course of emerging post-war planning, the US State Department began to consider future compensation for German victims of Nazi persecution by the German state. The starting point for this was not the murder, but the forceful expulsion of ransacked Jews from the German Reich. The political rationale behind these considerations was to set an example that would prevent other dictators in the future from using forced migration as a weapon against democracies. In retrospect, this argument proved to be very far-sighted. Second, the ratification of the Luxembourg Agreement in 1952 was accompanied by angry Arab protests because of fears that Israel would be strengthened by West German reparations. In this context, the argument appeared on both the US and the West German sides that the agreement could serve as a model for compensation for Palestinians expelled from their homeland after the First Arab-Israeli War of 1948. In the following years, the reference to the Israel Agreement's possible exemplary effect on a solution to the Palestinian refugee problem served primarily the purpose of countering the GDR's ongoing criticism of West German contributions to Israel. In this way, Bonn attempted to stabilize the delicate balance of its relations between Israel and the Arab states in the Middle East. Third, after 1990, against the background of the then temporarily achieved position of the Holocaust as the benchmark of a universalistic, human rights-oriented morality, the demand of finishing the business of the Holocaust emerged. The liberal universalism that temporarily prevailed after the end of the Cold War went hand in hand with expectations of an increasing juridification of international relations. The rise of transitional justice, for which German reparations often served as a reference point, was also part of this context. Finally, a last phase has only just begun. For some years now, demands for war reparations from the context of the Second World War resurfaced, for example, by Poland and Greece. At the same time, however, demands with a colonial reference are increasingly being raised. There, however, we can often find a difficult relationship with Israel, which revolves above all around the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Therefore, Holocaust reparations play either no role at all, or at best a negative role in this context. As an example may serve the negotiations that have been ongoing for some time between Namibia and Germany about reparations due to the genocide against the Herero and Nama in what was then German Southwest Africa at the beginning of the 20th century. In this context, in 2021, the supreme leader of the Ova Herero, Vekuyi Rukoro, expressed shock at the agreement that had been reached in the meantime, since representatives of his own ethnic group had not been able to participate. As South African historian Byron van Wyk reports, Chief Rukoro, quote, also accused the German government of racism because it had negotiated with the Israeli government and several Jewish community organizations, but refused to do so in the Namibian case. Rukoro saw the reason in the fact that Jews and Jewesses were white, while Ova Herero and Nama were black, unquote. This quote marks an important discursive shift. In the 1950s, had dominated accusations, which were also gleefully promoted by the East German GDR, that by means of reparations to Israel and the Jews, Bonn was supporting a colonial policy toward the Arab states. In the current post-colonial discourse, the old accusations are reviving in a transformed way. Now it is no longer the strengthening of Israel resulting from the Luxembourg Agreement that is criticized, but the alleged racist privileging of Jews against reparation claims from the black side. At the same time, Bonn has also shifted its line of defense. In the early 1950s, it had attempted to resist the argument made by Israel in the Claims Conference that due to the exceptional nature of the Holocaust, their claims were not comparable with debt claims of other nations, which were negotiated at the London Debt Conference at the same time. During the recent negotiations with Namibia, however, it became obvious that the German political insistence on the singularity of the Holocaust has also become a perfect political device to insist on the singularity of reparations for genocidal acts. Let me end with a little reference to Benjamin Ferencz, now over 100 years old and still pretty active on social media. He shaped the Claims Conference in numerous functions for decades, starting in the 1950s. But already since the 1970s, Ferencz shifted his interest more and more from backward-looking Holocaust reparations to forward-looking peacekeeping, thereby trying to use his symbolic capital as the last living prosecutor of Nuremberg. In this way, he embodied one of the possible responses to the Holocaust, which led many to think he was a crackpot in the 1970s and 1980s, before rising in the 1990s to become a symbolic figure for supporters of a rule-governed world order that would ensure the outlawing of genocidal violence. Not only his heart is probably bleeding in the face of current developments due to the Russian war of aggression against the Ukraine, which crushed any hopes that Nuremberg and Wassenaar might be starting points for a more peaceful post-war world. While admittedly, I am suspicious of such teleological narratives anyway, all possible answers to the question of what we can learn from Jewish reparations for the future have become even more uncertain than they were before anyway. I look forward to this conference and believe that we will have much opportunity to discuss, argue, and then get along again. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Konstantin, for this inspiring keynote, a tour de force, I think, in which you provide many thought-provoking insights into developments of 7 decades. Roni and the organizing committee, thank you for inviting me to respond to Konstantin's talk. Now I can see you, that's very good. At the opening of this conference, it is a great honor for me to address you here, participants and distinguished guests in this hall, and also the people at home on Zoom. Konstantin, you rightly pointed out that pointed to a number of historical transformations on the road from Luxembourg to today. You took us back to the first stage of the process, the agreement of 1952, whose 17th anniversary we are marking today. You pointed out that at this stage, the concept of the Holocaust was not yet part of the discourse on compensation. It came up neither in German legislation for individual compensation, nor in relation to the German global payments to Israel, which were defined as payments whose purpose is to cover the costs of the resettlement of refugees. You highlighted various junctures on the path from Luxembourg to today, underlining how each of them has been marked by different historical consciousness. You rightly pointed out, for instance, that the Claims Conference saw each new stage since Luxembourg as an opportunity to submit new claims, find new victims, give emphasis to new harms, and emphasize new crimes in order to develop arguments for additional compensation. This has been done in a strange dance with a German counterpart who entered the dance floor, that means the negotiations, at Wassenaar and Luxembourg, but attempted to use various historical opportunities to leave the floor, the negotiating table, or at least to ease the grip of the dance partner to make the dance less costly, as the German finance minister Christian Lindner tried to do just a few weeks ago. Sometimes Germany looks like a willing partner to the dance. Sometimes the Federal Republic moves like someone who does not know how to cope with his partner's ire when he does not want to dance anymore, but continues to perform the expected steps anyway. The first time that Germany clearly expressed its reluctance to continue this dance was already in 1965, when it legislated a new law on the compensation of Holocaust victims, the successor to the BEG that has been mentioned here by Greg Schneider. This law was called Bundesentschädigungsschlussgesetz. I think only German speakers can really savor the full resonance of this title. Let me just say this is the only compensation law in the world that announces in its title the wish that what it offers, compensation, Entschädigung, will finally come to an end. That now will be Schluss, an end to compensation claims. The title of this law very much represents the spirits of the 1960s in Germany, both in its intention and in how wrong those were who thought they could legislate an end to Holocaust compensation. Germany wanted to draw a boundary in time, to stop the dance. The end of 1969 was to be the end of compensation claims by Holocaust victims, not of compensation payments, of course, but of new claims that could be submitted. Konstantin, you rightly said, legal regulations always live from the drawing of boundaries, from inclusion and exclusion. There are plenty of boundaries in these laws, and Greg Schneider also pointed to some of them. Some that make more sense, some that make less sense. In my response to your rich and comprehensive presentation, I want to retrace the steps through which you took us, adding an additional angle, bringing Israel into the picture, whose representatives also sat at the negotiating table. You can see there Moshe Sharet. In other words, the purpose of my response is to complement the picture you drew, zooming out a little bit, perhaps looking at developments from a wider angle. By looking at the 7 decades in the Luxembourg Agreement from this wide angle, my purpose is to highlight surprising parallels in the development in Israel and Germany. It is on these parallels that I want to focus my response. So let us go back to 1952 to Wassenaar and Luxembourg, where Germany faced representatives of both the Claims Conference, Nachum Goldman, and Israel, Moshe Sharet, in complex negotiations, and agreed to compensate Israel globally and the Holocaust victims individually. Beyond the many boundaries that were explicitly discussed and drawn there, boundaries with legal value, the Israeli-Jewish-German relations were marked by additional discursive boundaries that were not spelled out, but that were no less powerful for that. They were based on an unspoken, implicit agreement between all sides involved in the Luxembourg process, which you mentioned, Konstantin, not to mention the Holocaust. This was the most important discursive boundary that ruled the first stage. All sides agreed not to talk about morals, not to talk about the past, not to talk about murder. Instead, as you pointed out, the focus in the negotiations and agreements was material and it was future-oriented. All sides agreed, as it were, that compensation could become a reality if all these matters remained silent. If they referred only to the wish of all to strengthen themselves economically, politically, materially for the future. And undoubtedly, there was a need for all sides to be strong against enemies that threatened each of them from the east. West Germany felt threatened from communism, Israel from its Arab neighbors. In the Luxembourg Agreement, Germany agreed to pay compensation to Israel and the Holocaust survivors to gain acceptance into the American defense system against communism. Israel sought a global payment to the Jewish state due to economic hardship that the war of 1948-49 had imposed on it. To make this global payment possible, Israel added a letter to its agreement with Germany in which it denied Holocaust survivors that lived in Israel the right to claim compensation from Germany. I think one should repeat this. The first official document on the rights of Holocaust survivors to individual compensation that Israel formulated and submitted in international negotiation is one in which it denies Holocaust survivors the right to submit claims. This denial then led to the need to legislate an Israeli law to compensate Holocaust survivors. Germany, in turn, added a letter specifying that Israel had to buy goods, especially from West Berlin, with the global payments it received from Germany. Thus, the same money that allowed Israel to buy raw materials and industrial goods for its purposes also subsidized the industrial infrastructure in West Berlin. If there ever was a win-win agreement, it was the Luxembourg Agreement. And to conclude such an agreement, it was not useful to stir up the ghosts of the past, even the recent past, and to moralize. There are additional interesting discursive parallels that characterize this first stage of the 1950s. At that stage, Israel did not define itself as a country of victims and survivors, but of pioneers and warriors. Germany did not define itself as a country of perpetrators. The hundreds of thousands of Holocaust victims who had reached Israel kind of disappeared in its then very present-oriented society. Often, they changed their names to become Tzabarim, real Israelis with no past. Moshe Tehillimzuger from Rovno, then Poland, now Ukraine, became Dan Ben Amotz, the quintessential Tzabar novelist and publicist. Ludwig Pfeiffer from Würzburg became Yehuda Amichai, one of the leading Hebrew poets of modern Israel. Of course, the perpetrators disappeared from the German public sphere. Often they too changed their names to hide their past. So there are interesting and ironic parallels here, I think. And I want to continue with these ironic parallels. They exemplify the complex dance the two societies performed through the decades, which goes far beyond negotiations and compensation. On both sides, the first change came in the first half of the 1960s. In Israel, it came with the capture of Adolf Eichmann in 1960, his trial in 1961, and his execution in 1962. In Germany, it came with the Auschwitz trial that ran from 1963 to 1965. In both countries, a legal event turned the past into a legitimate part of public discourse. Germany started to discover perpetrators in its society. Israel started to discover victims in its society. Both societies focused on themselves in their trial. Although Israel put Eichmann on trial, it was the over 100 witnesses who testified in public on the persecution who formed the core of the trial. Their voices were heard through the radio all over the country. In the Auschwitz trial, it was the perpetrators who formed the center, while the victims were sidelined. Then came the late 1970s. I'm moving on. This is just a response, not a whole new talk. Strangely enough, it was the American TV series Holocaust that triggered a new discursive stage in Germany, when it was screened there in 1979. As Konstantin stated, that crime had no name until then. Now this American TV series provided a name for a crime in German discourse. In many ways, it was this series that led to a further step in the early 1980s when essay competitions were launched in German schools in which German kids were encouraged to explore the past of their village, town, or neighborhood. In 1990, the German film Das schreckliche Mädchen, Nasty Girl, based on the true story of Anna Rosmus, dramatized what could happen in such instances. Thus, in the 1980s, the memory of the Holocaust had entered German schools in a broader fashion than in rather formal civic education classes. It turned it into part of everyday discourse. In the end of the 1980s, in 1988, a bit later, but still in the same decade, Israel started school trips to extermination camps in Poland. Thus, in Israel too, the Holocaust started to play a bigger role in school life and in the experience of Israeli school kids in general. The Holocaust turned from a discursive object that was talked about mainly on Remembrance Days and visits to memorial sites to an event to be experienced retrospectively. As Konstantin mentioned, grassroots organizations of Jewish Holocaust survivors emerged. In the end of the 1980s, the Israeli radio also started to broadcast the names of millions of Holocaust victims on the Holocaust Remembrance Day. Until then, names were not really part of the ceremony. The Holocaust victims received a name. as local perpetrators received names in Germany. And the Holocaust became a school experience in Germany and in Israel. The big event of the end of the 1980s and the beginning of the 1990s was, of course, the fall of the wall and the reunification of Germany. The Claims Conference immediately realized the historical opportunity this event offered to Holocaust survivors and brought about the establishment of the Article 2 fund that Greg Schneider mentioned, which led to monthly pension payments for tens of thousands of Holocaust survivors who hitherto had remained outside the boundaries of compensation legislation. Germany was celebrating its newfound unity and ready to enter a new dance, or to continue the old dance, depending on how you look at it. Distinctions that had been drawn carefully at Wassenaar and Luxembourg, such as that between war and persecution, broke down. In the mid-1990s, an exhibition called Verbrechen der Wehrmacht, Crimes of the Army, shocked the German public that had been accustomed to a strict distinction between the criminal SS and the clean army. In the beginning of the 2000s, a foundation was set up to compensate forced labor and slave labor that until then was considered to be part of the war and not of persecution, and hence no compensation. New perpetrators were recognized as well as new victims. The tide had turned. The reunited Germany no longer sought to safeguard a halfway decent reputation by relegating the perpetrators to a minority, or by starting to pride itself on its inclusive politics of remembrance and on its policy to compensate everybody, on offering some form of compensation to all victims. From the safe distance of more than 5 decades, it found a new pride in becoming the world champion in compensation, Weltmeister in Wiedergutmachung, as some cynical voices put it at the time. This gave the Claims Conference a new handle to force Germany to continue to expand compensation to ever new groups, among other places in annual meetings where its delegates meet those of the German Ministry of Finance to discuss compensation under the regulations of Article 2. Article 2 payments are monthly pensions that are substantial. They may make a difference in the quality of life of survivors who by now are elderly people, very elderly. They serve a social purpose. They are addressed to the needy. However, other payments to Holocaust survivors are neither tort, neither for damage, nor social in nature. They are one-time payments and often rather small. Their purpose is symbolic. They are meant to bestow recognition of victimhood on the recipients. This may be too little, too late for some recipients. It may mean much to others in their very old age. I'm not sure how one can generalize. However, it is interesting to note, as was the case throughout the 70 years that formed the topic of this conference, Israel made a very similar move at around the same time. First, in the mid-1990s, Israel allowed the submission of new compensation claims under its own compensation law for Holocaust victims, which had not been possible since the end of the 60s. Then in 2007, it legislated the first law that has the word Holocaust survivors, Chok Hatavot Nitzolei Shoah, the term Holocaust survivors in its title, offering a series of additional financial benefits to Holocaust survivors. In the same year, the government department in charge of implementing compensation for Holocaust survivors also changed its name, and for the first time actually used the term Holocaust survivors in its title. It is called Authority for the Rights of Holocaust Survivors, which was not, its previous name had nothing to do with Holocaust survivors. Also in 2007, the state controller published a critical report on the support offered to Holocaust survivors in Israel, followed in 2008 by the report of the Dorfman Commission of Inquiry, which Roni mentioned I was the expert advisor to. There is no doubt, in this first decade of the 2000s, Holocaust survivors achieved a new status in Israeli society. They were no longer victims, they were survivors, and they had become a kind of hero. The Jews who had lived through the war in Libya, Algeria, Tunisia, Morocco, and Iraq submitted claims for compensation as Holocaust survivors. This has never happened in that way before. They wanted their persecution and suffering too to be recognized as part of the Holocaust. This is not the place to enter a detailed discussion of the various decisions of the Israeli Supreme Court where these claims were adjudicated. Let me just say that some received full recognition and monthly pensions, while others received small annual amounts, a kind of consolation prize, meant for purposes of recognition only. So let me conclude. It seems that in the first decade of the 2000s, all who suffered in some way of persecution during World War II seemed to seek some form of payment, whether for support in old age or for recognition. Moreover, all seem to receive it, for it has become a matter of pride in both Germany and Israel that such support or recognition will not be denied. Under these circumstances, the old-style legal process set in motion in Luxembourg that builds on distinctions and exclusions is neither necessary nor appropriate anymore. There is much in this development that is to be welcomed. It shows respect for survivors and protects them from having to undergo humiliating examinations in Germany and Israel. In other respects, however, I regard it as bearing dangers. It allows Germany to develop a strange pride and adopt a somewhat paternalistic posture as the world's teacher in commemoration, democracy, and empathy, something which the German ambassador here did not do at all, overshadowing not only the further past, but also more recent problematic aspects of its compensation policy. It allows Israel to foster a self-image of a society entirely composed of victims, of ultimate and absolute victims whose actions, whatever they are therefore beyond critique and reproach. Thank you.
I'm honored to chair the first session after the grand opening that we had. I think everyone agrees with me that we had a very successful opening with the first panel of speakers and then the keynote and the respondent to the keynote. And now we are launching on our first session. We have 4 speakers. I will introduce each of them. Each of them has 25 minutes. I will wave when 20 minutes will be over. And at the end of the 4 speakers, we will have an opportunity, a time for questions and answers, a Q&A period of time. Before we start, I would like to tell you how the word shilumim got into the world. It got into the world in a meeting between my late father and Moshe Sharet. Then he was already Sharet. It was, of course, 1951, 52. And they were good friends. Both of them knew quite a number of languages and were interested in linguistics, in words, in new terms. Shertok always wanted to know what are the new terms in high school, and I told him when I was in high school, and then in 1962, I was already a soldier, and I came home and saw the 2 of them on the balcony, and it was 1962. It was the Eichmann trial, and they reminded themselves of their meetings in 1952, some 10 years ago, and told me how the word shilumim came into being. Sharet had to find a term for the money that would come from Germany. How are we going to call it? Compensation money that came from Germany. It needed a term. So, of course, what do? You first go to the Bible, okay? And in the Bible it says, Li nakam v'shilem. God says, Li nakam v'shilem. But you cannot say shilem, because shilem is in the singular. Who shilem? Doesn't hold. Okay, so they went on and they found shlamim and shilemim, but both of them are words that concern sacrifices that were made in the temple. So it's no good either. But from dealing between Shilem and Shlamim and Shilemim, they came to Shilumim. And that's how the word started, okay? I'd like also to say, I was sitting next to Colette Avital before, and we made again the distinction between we have reparations, compensations, restitutions. Restitutions and reparations are for the state, and compensations are personal. Okay? What we call pitsuim. But Colette said pitsuim, which means that there is a possibility to have pitsuim, lefatzot. And this is not exactly the point. The point is that a person, a victim, a survivor will get money, but it does not really compensate him for whatever he had undergone. Therefore, what you suggested is that the correct word is milga, but it didn't catch up. We are still with shilumim and pitsuim. Okay. So this was in a way of a beginning. I will have some other things to say along the line, but we will first start with our first speaker. Here he is, Professor Ronald Zweig. He is the Tau Professor of Israel Studies at New York University. He is the author of Britain and Palestine during Second World War, German Reparations and the Jewish World, History of the Claims Conference, and the Gold Train, the destruction of the Jews and the looting of Hungary. And I can tell you that he also did some other good things, such as starting an archive of Jewish press, which Professor Yaron Tzur is pursuing now, and he's a good friend of many years, and I invite him to have the floor for the 25 next minutes.
Thank you, Dina, for your kind words. It is an ancient tradition in Tel Aviv that between the hours of 3 and 4 is a Schlafstunde, so I will do my best not to disturb the slumbers of anyone in the audience. Dina mentioned the origins of the terms. I'm going to refer to the origins of the ideas behind reparations. There are many parents of the innovative ideas behind the campaign to obtain individual indemnification, restitution, and general reparations for the Jewish world from the German government. But it is generally recognized that the single indispensable expert on the subject, the man that made successful negotiations possible, was Nehemiah Robinson. Nehemiah Robinson was born in Lithuania in 1898. He studied law and political science in Germany, practiced law in Kovno from 1927. His older brother, Jacob, with whom Nehemiah practiced law, was a prominent legal counsel and activist in Jewish affairs. Jacob Robinson had been a member of the Lithuanian parliament as leader of the Jewish faction and of the minorities bloc. He was also a legal advisor to the Lithuanian government on matters relating to international law. And I might add that he's considered to be something of a national hero today in Lithuania because of his contribution to Lithuania's diplomatic struggles. They together fled Lithuania in 1940 and arrived later that year in New York. The elder brother's extensive experience in international and Jewish affairs enabled him to establish the Institute for Jewish Affairs in New York as part of the World Jewish Congress in February 1941. Nehemiah joined the Institute soon after it was created, and when Jacob, his older brother, later resigned to become legal advisor to the Jewish Agency mission to the United Nations in 1947, Nehemiah replaced him as the head of the Institute. He held that position until his death in 1964. The Institute was created after a gestation of almost 2 years. It had originally been planned for Geneva in 1939 by the World Jewish Congress and the American Jewish Congress. Originally, it was hoped that the Institute would serve all the leading Jewish organizations worldwide, including the British Board of Deputies and the Alliance Israélite Universelle, as well as major American Jewish organizations. However, the exigencies of war excluded cooperation of the non-American organizations, while political opposition to the articulation of separate collective Jewish rights and demands prevented the important American Jewish Committee from cooperating. In fact, 2 years later, 1943, the American Jewish Committee created its own competing research group intended to define Jewish needs in the post-war world, as did the Jewish Labor Committee. Similar think tank policy research institutions were established later on by the British branch of the World Jewish Congress, with the justification that only the British section could be in daily contact with the Allied governments in exile in London, and by the British Board of Deputies in 1943, and also by the Jewish Agency in Jerusalem. Refugee lawyers and scholars played a central role in each of these new institutions. Without detracting from their serious intent, the employment of these displaced lawyers and scholars was another impetus for creating these institutions. At its height, the New York Institute of Jewish Affairs alone employed 82 people. In part, the creation in wartime of so many policy centers aligned with the major Jewish organizations was a reflection of the massive scope of the catastrophe facing the Jewish world. It was also part of the zeitgeist. By 1944, there were over 200 non-governmental centers and think tanks engaged in post-war policy planning in the United States alone. Many of them had direct links to Washington and to the predecessor of the early American intelligence agencies, the Office of Strategic Services, the Joint being a classic case. And they were able to have an impact on the evolution of official thinking. Although the Institute of Jewish Affairs did not enjoy easy access to official Washington, it was a key part of a dialogue between the leading Jewish organizations in New York, London, and Jerusalem during the war years and after. The purpose of the Institute was to pursue the international protection of Jewish rights by formulating those rights, presenting them to the Allied governments and international forums, and working to ensure that they be included in a future peace settlement. In its own account of the history of the work of the Institute, this task was described as the elaboration of a Jewish peace program to be presented before the peace conferences at the end of hostilities. This was an ambitious project and was premised on the assumption that the Allied governments would not only be willing to recognize the existence of Jewish peoplehood and allow access of the Jewish people, represented of course by the World Jewish Congress, to its deliberations, but would also be willing to acknowledge the existence of idiosyncratic demands, specific Jewish demands on behalf of that group. However, there was considerable resistance to these assumptions at the highest level of the Allied governments and armies. There were many reasons for the generalized refusal to consider Jewish collective interests on the part of the major powers and international organizations that would be responsible for the administration of European countries once they had been liberated from German occupation. And I'm referring to the United Nations Relief and Rehabilitation Administration, the Red Cross, the strategic headquarters of the Allies, amongst others. Nazism had discredited any focus on Jewish collective uniqueness, and the liberal humanist response to Nazi anti-Semitism was to deny the otherness or special needs of the Jews as a group. British policy, driven by its concerns in Palestine and its growing hostility to Zionism and Jewish nationalism, strongly opposed any focus on the Jews as a national group. And in general, Allied policy, concerned to counter Nazi anti-Jewish propaganda directed at the Allied armies in the field and at Allied public opinion at home, suffering deprivation because of the war effort, they resisted any special attention to the Jews. Rebuffed from any pretensions of becoming, quote, the Foreign Office of the Jewish people, the Institute of Jewish Affairs increasingly found itself focusing on current Jewish distress, attempting to draw the attention of Allied governments to the war against the Jews being conducted in Europe. The focus shifted from Jews as a group with special needs after the war to Jews as distinct victims of German policy during the war, requiring immediate relief efforts and ameliorative policies. There is already an extensive literature on the gradual recognition by the Allies that the Jews as a group were unique victims of the war, and the realization that the Germans were pursuing a policy of genocide. However, there is almost no literature on the following phase, 1943 to 1945, when the Allies began to prepare for the liberation and the post-hostilities occupation of Europe. In fact, despite the Allied declaration on Nazi policy towards the Jews in December 1942, there was a generalized unwillingness to draw any policy conclusions from the acknowledged fact of genocide. Just as the Jewish organizations had to work hard to get international attention to the plight of the victims in the 1941-42 period, so they had to work hard to gain attention to the future needs of survivors in the Allied and international organization post-war planning process in the 43 to 45 period. The Institute of Jewish Affairs devoted itself to this frustrating but urgent task during the second half of the war. In January 1943, 18 Allied governments published the, I quote, Inter-Allied Declaration against acts of dispossession committed in territories under enemy occupation or control. This was a policy statement promising to undo acts of despoliation committed by the Nazis. The declaration marked the beginning of serious governmental deliberations on the restoration, if possible, of the economic status quo ante in Europe after the war. This is not the same as payment of reparations, which was a separate set of deliberations. The task was recognized as hugely complex, technical, and problematic, and official post-war policy planners in Washington and London were open to ideas. Although it was widely recognized that the Jews had been major victims of Nazi asset stripping, it was considered that restitution to any specific community would be impossible, and that the needs of rehabilitating the massive civilian refugee problem that was anticipated for the post-war period was so large that restitution, including of Jewish assets, would be directed to the general refugee population, Jewish and non-Jewish. The Allied planners anticipated as many as 14 million refugees, and also anticipated that the needs of repatriating and resettling this population would be obviously massive. Restored Nazi loot, it was hoped, would go a long way to covering the bill. On the other hand, it was generally anticipated that there would be few Jews left alive in the Nazi camp system, and that Jewish needs would be minimal, at least in the areas to be liberated by the Western Allied armies. But as the American and British forces advanced, it became clear that these expectations were not only wrong, but almost the opposite of the expectations of the planners. The general refugee problem was much smaller than anticipated. People made their own way home, while between 70 to 100,000 Jews were still alive in the camps at the time of liberation. It was at this point that the thinking evolving in Jewish policy circles began to have an impact in Washington. Between 1943 and 1945, it appears that ideas flowed freely between Nehemiah Robinson in New York, Hugo Marx and George Weiss working in Britain, George Landau and Siegfried Moses in Palestine, Ernst Muntz of the American Jewish Committee. But pride of place must go to Nehemiah Robinson, who published in fall 1944 an exhaustive 275-page study of the legal opportunities for restitution, that is, return of property, and indemnification, that is, compensation to individuals, in each of the occupied countries in Europe and in Nazi Germany. This was supplemented by regular extended updates during 1945 and 46, and a series of occasional publications on the technical aspects of the subject in the years that followed. Robinson made an exhaustive analysis of the scope of Jewish economic losses and documented it extensively. His conclusion with these losses were between 8.25 and $8.6 billion. This is 1944. Multiply that by about 15 to get current values. The authoritativeness of his argument and the thoroughness of his documentation had an impact, and it was this set of figures that was first cited in all subsequent Jewish claims. Furthermore, all those working on Jewish future claims could agree on the following 9 recommendations that had emerged from the exchanges of ideas since 1943. And I'll list the 9 major ideas. 1, because the obvious sensitivity in Germany of restituting Aryanized Jewish property, no post-war German government would be able to implement such a policy, and the occupying Allied governments would have to impose the restitution of Jewish property in Germany. 2, the Allies would have limited influence on the governments of the liberated countries in Europe in legislating the restoration of Jewish property rights in those countries, and the Jewish world would have to bring whatever pressure it could directly on those governments. 3, heirless individual assets could not be allowed to accrue to the German state. 4, an international Jewish organization must be established to receive heirless private and communal assets, as well as any bulk settlements made by post-war governments in lieu of imposing compulsory restitution. Next, these assets would be used wherever Jewish needs were greatest and would not necessarily be used for the benefit of the community where the assets were located. Next, the assets would be used to rehabilitate survivors and communities. The assets would also be used to strengthen the Jewish national home in Palestine. And finally, beyond restitution and indemnification, the Jewish people had a claim for general reparations like other Allied nations. The potential of reversing Nazi plunder of Jewish assets and receiving compensation for assets that could not be restored quickly became a leading item in the post-war Jewish agenda. It had immense potential for restoring the rights of survivors, including their homes, businesses, and savings, for providing the material resources that would enable large-scale rehabilitation and resettlement projects, and for rebuilding the Jewish world. It would also provide huge prestige and a position of prominence for whichever Jewish organization navigated this issue through the labyrinth of Allied diplomacy. But these last two considerations opened a Pandora's box of problems for Jewish politics. The problems of reconstruction required that ideological decisions be taken. Were the survivors to be rehabilitated in Palestine or their communities rebuilt in Europe? This issue led to a furious debate of principle in late 1944 between the Jewish Agency and the World Jewish Congress, with a hapless Nachum Goldman caught in the middle. In late 1944, in late November 1944, the World Jewish Congress organized a conference held in Atlantic City which brought together the largest representation of Jewish communities since the outbreak of war. 40 communities, 269 delegates attended, including a delegation from recently liberated Paris. Behind the scenes of the public sessions and dramatic calls for justice to the Jewish people, the major players in restitution policy met to work out a strategy. Nehemiah Robinson was quickly recognized as a preeminent expert in the formulation of future Jewish claims. And for a brief moment, it appeared as if the World Jewish Congress might come into its own and lead the political campaign that lay ahead. The platform that had evolved on the restitution issue was for all practical purposes collectivist in nature and gave general Jewish interests priority over the interests of individuals or of specific communities from which restitution property would be forthcoming. This suited the ideology of the Congress and its vision of Jewish peoplehood perfectly. However, with the end of the war in Europe in May 1945, it quickly became apparent that the Congress ideology ran counter to the policies of the Allies and to their military forces now in occupied Europe. Although the United States forces in Germany allowed the Joint Distribution Committee increasing access and eventually management of the DP camps with Jewish survivors, and in December 1945 also allowed Jewish agency teams into the camps, the World Jewish Congress was actively excluded. The obvious reason for this exclusion was that the Congress's commitment to the idea of Jewish peoplehood ran counter to the policy of the British in Palestine and also found little sympathy in Washington. To the liberal imagination, it was perilously close to Nazi racial theory. Furthermore, the American civil administrators in Germany did not want any political groups stirring up trouble among the Jewish survivors. The Joint and the Jewish Agency were acceptable as social welfare agencies, but the Congress was excluded because its agenda was political representation rather than practical refugee relief. On consideration, this is surprising. The World Jewish Congress had run very effective relief and rescue operations during the war, and while it did not have the resources or infrastructure of either the Joint or the Agency, it did not have to be written off as a purely political organization quite so easily. I suspect that one of the reasons it was rejected has to do with its fundamentally non-American character. It was an international organization, and its leadership in New York were European refugees. They did not have the contacts with the army or the standing in Washington that the Joint had, and could not offer the long-term solution to the DP problem of resettlement in Palestine that the Jewish Agency offered. The one remaining field where the Congress had clear leadership role was the issue of reversing the economic damage done to the Jews by the Nazis. Excuse me. Here there were some successes. In the course of 1945, the State Department and the US Special Ambassador on Reparations, Edwin Pauley, met with Congress representatives to discuss including the Jews as beneficiaries of general reparations above and beyond restitution. This was hugely significant, for it would have accorded to the Jews a status as an allied nation. In itself, a real achievement for the World Jewish Congress had it eventuated. In the policy papers that Ambassador Pauly presented to the State Department and to President Truman in July 1945, the language is clearly that of the World Jewish Congress and not of an American diplomat. I quote, "There is no machinery available to represent the hundreds of thousands of people who fought Hitler from the very beginning and who, after being robbed and looted by the Nazis, were made stateless." This is the language of a Jewish organization, not of the State Department. This empathetic introduction was not the usual language of the hard-headed policy framers in Washington. Pauly went on to suggest that 2% of the overall reparations be set aside for stateless victims of Nazism. As Pauly reported to the State Department, if the Jews were not given a source of funding for the task of rehabilitating the survivors, American and British taxpayers would end up footing the bill. This proposal was tentatively adopted by the State Department, possibly as a way of avoiding advancing a policy of property restitution, which would have made life awkward for them in occupied Germany. The Congress was on the verge of a signal achievement, but it was ultimately blocked by the British, who rejected the idea of the Jews receiving a piece of general reparations cake because they opposed any step that would strengthen the Jewish claim to recognition of nationhood, and because a resulting cash flow would increase the pressure on the British administration in Palestine by providing funds that would be used for illegal immigration and arms purchases for the Haganah. As a compromise between American and British interests and an alternative way of giving the Jews justice, the Reparations Conference held in Paris at the end of 1945 adopted the policy set out in Article 8 of the Final Act of Reparations. Specific funds would be set aside for the benefit of non-repatriable victims of Nazi persecution, largely a code phrase for Jews, from airless, presumably Jewish, deposits in Swiss banks, all non-monetary gold found in Germany, and 25 million from German assets in the neutral countries. This decision of the Allied Conference on Reparations was adopted in January 1946. The question now was which organization in the Jewish world would actually receive the funds that derived from the agreement. For reasons that I have explained elsewhere and are too detailed to recount here, the State Department recoiled from the idea of appointing the World Jewish Congress to that role. Instead, the Jewish Agency and the Joint were selected and were thereby effectively anointed to lead the political struggle that followed for the implementation of restitution, indemnifications, reparations agenda of the Jewish world. Blocking the Congress from engagement with the DP camps had a devastating impact on the organization as a whole. The Jewish world was overwhelmingly interested in two practical issues: the care and ultimate fate of the Holocaust survivors and the Yishuv's struggle for independence in Palestine. The fact that the Congress was not directly involved in either issue greatly undercut its support in Jewish communities around the world. Its exclusion from the leadership role in the restitution and reparations process was potentially much worse and created a crisis of confidence within the organization as a whole. The conference had been effectively and terminally marginalized. In a series of meetings of senior officers held in 1946 and 1947, this crisis was openly discussed. Was the World Jewish Congress relevant anymore? It was made worse by the serious financial crisis caused by declining support from its constituency of Jewish communities. Nachum Goldman was not involved in the daily management of the conference. He was the president, but he wasn't involved. In fact, he was increasingly busy with other organizations. And senior members of the World Jewish Congress began to find employment elsewhere, usually in Palestine. Aria Tartakova left New York for the Hebrew University in Jerusalem. Aria Kerbovsky left for Israel in 1948 and joined the Israeli Foreign Office. Jacob Robinson joined the fledgling Israeli Foreign Office already in 1947. Stephen Wise, who had lent the Congress much prestige over the years, died in 1949. However, I come to concluding remarks. Despite the progressive marginalization of the Congress in the post-war years, the Institute for Jewish Affairs, which the Congress subsidized, paid for, played a very special role in the deliberations of the Jewish organizations. In 1947, Nehemiah Robinson became head of the Institute, and his expertise on spoliation and remedial action, the title of his most influential work, gave him a unique role in Jewish forums. He was the leading thinker on the subject and played a central role in formulating Jewish claims during the 1940s and 1950s. The Institute continued to publish books, pamphlets, and newsletters that reported on developments in Allied policy and progress on issues of restitution. He played a crucial role in coordinating between the different policy positions of the various Jewish organizations as demands for restitution, indemnification, and reparations evolved, leading up to the negotiations in Wassenaar and the Luxembourg agreements. He advised both delegations, the Israeli and the Claims Conference, during the talks, and continued to monitor the restitution process, not only in Germany but throughout Europe until his death in 1964. He was not a politician, and others, in particular Nachum Goldman, have received the credit for the multifaceted process that contributed so much to the rebuilding of the Jewish world after the Holocaust. But much of that credit was due to Nehemiah Robinson, a dedicated civil servant of the Jewish world.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was a fascinating opening, no doubt. Let me just add a point that the picture you have portrayed of the Allies, and especially the British, refusing to accept or objecting the notion of Jewish peoplehood, and even after the Holocaust, continued in many directions. And if we take a look at the Nuremberg trials, in the Nuremberg trials, the Jewish people did not have a representation. We didn't have a state. There was no representation. The decision of the judges and the administrators of the Nuremberg trials was not to have testimonies, but to rely on documents. So there were no Jewish witnesses as well. And the Holocaust was not dealt with as a crime in itself. It appeared in many, in the commanders of the camps trial, in the Eizenstat trials, in others, but not in itself as a distinct a crime that should be punished for. So it was a whole, what you pointed out so eloquently, was a whole set of attitude to the Jewish people, even after the Holocaust. So thank you, really. And we move on to the second speaker, who is Gidon Reuveni. איפה אתה? No, sorry. Gidon Reuveni is, I think this thing should be lower, אבל מילא. Gidon Reuveni is professor of modern history, director of the Weidenfeld Institute of Jewish Studies at the University of Sussex, has published widely on diverse topics such as historiography, sports, reading culture, Jewish economic history. Most recent book, Consumer Culture and the Making of Modern Jewish Identity, Cambridge University Press. And it won the 2018 National Jewish Book Award. Now, together with Daniel Siemens, he's currently started a comprehensive project on the history of the United Restitution Organization, which I guess is exactly what is bringing him to us. And indeed, he will be speaking on the September 27 German Declaration on the Judenfrage, a misread turning point. סימן שאלה, בבקשה.
Thank you very much for the invitation, for organizing this important conference. I have to start, coming from Jerusalem, I have to disagree with Ron Zweig. Schlafstunde is a Jerusalem institution, so don't take that also from us. What you see here is an image that was circulated after the beginning of the negotiation in Wassenaar in a lot of American Jewish newspapers, and you see what is there. But in order to get to this situation where basically Jewish and Israeli representative stand against. Okay, everybody hears me? It goes down all the time. So in order to get to this position that of this encounter between these two sides, some other things needed to happen, and one of the prerequisites or the preconditions that the Jewish side put forward to the Germans was a kind of declaration in which the German was supposed to, again, and we're going to see why it's so difficult to see what the Jewish side expected, but at the end of that declaration, the Germans were supposed to invite Israel and Jewish representatives to negotiate reparation agreement. And you all know the declaration, or Adenauer Declaration of the 27th of September 1951, which officially at that time was called the Declaration on the Judenfrage. That was how this declaration was discussed in the German cabinet and German internal documents. And of course, it also kind of indicates to you, the kind of the long way that we came from that period until, of course, today, but quite quickly at that period. And what I would like to give you a kind of a glimpse into is, and this is very much still a work in progress, is the procedure or the emergence of this declaration, and specifically what really interests me is the text itself, the kind of the story of how the text of the declaration came about. And I think a lot of us use this declaration. It seems like a kind of a turning point, but we are not really aware of how actually it came about. Who wrote the text, what it's actually symbolized, how it was interpreted and perceived at that period. And this also kind of brings me to, we're not going to expand that too much about this too much, but to the framework of how we should actually deal with the topic that we're dealing today. And I think this morning was a lot of talk about working together, about collaboration, cooperation. There's always a kind of avoidance of this concept of reconciliation. Reconciliation have, for some reason, bad press. But I believe that we should start thinking about this process as a whole as a process of reconciliation. And I believe that this declaration, and hopefully I'll be able to kind of, exemplify this in this short talk, was the beginning of that. And I want just briefly to start, and I think this is simply an inspiring way, and this is also kind of part of my kind of work in progress on how now I'm starting to think about this whole procedure. It's the so-called reconciliation pyramid that was developed by our colleague Judith Orbach, which very much relates to the kind of all the attempts for peace talks between Israelis and Palestinians, and she kind of depicts here kind of a 7-stage procedure or stages that she thinks that every side should go through when, in order to get some kind of peace and reconciliation at the end. And what is interesting about this concept is that it basically kind of concentrates and focus on this idea of narrative and narratives. And so it starts with the acquaintance of the narrative of the other side, acknowledgement of the voice of the other side, empathy, of course, restitution, responsibility, then a public apology, and at the end, this is the kind of the peak, is narrative incorporated, meaning when the two sides engage with each other, acknowledge each other, eventually they will develop kind of a shared narrative about what happened. I believe that this did not happen in this context of the Luxembourg Agreement. I think it's exactly the opposite. That eventually they started with that, not necessarily we should not see that as a narrative incorporated, but there was a lot of there was a shared understanding about what happened. And I think this morning you mentioned the kind of this, what actually the negotiations are about. And they were not about the past, because this was agreed about what happened. There was a shared narrative already, and the shared narrative is symbolized in this declaration. So there was a lot of, again, I don't need to repeat or to kind of go into too much details into that here, but there was all the time, at least from 1950 to the beginning of the negotiations, all kinds of in-betweeners, kind of what we also call citizen diplomats. And here you have probably the most prominent, Jacob Altmaier, a German Jew, a member of the SPD, Karl Marx, a journalist, and of course, Noah Baron. Unfortunately, I didn't find an image of him, so I put a book, which kind of went between the sides and kind of mediated the expectation of each side. And one of the things, of course, they mediated is this expectation for this declaration. And probably the most, I think the turning point and the most probably important encounter was between these two men that some of you probably know much better than I do, David Horowitz and Maurice Fisher, who met Konrad Adenauer in 19th of April 1951 in Paris. Now, one of the things that is really fascinating about this encounter, this meeting between them, that they were giving very clear instruction about how to behave, what kind of a script about what they're supposed to say, what they're supposed to demand, how they're supposed to feel even, what we call an emotional script before that meeting. And one of the things, the main kind of messages that they were supposed to convey to Adenauer, who met them with Herbert Blankenhorn, was the so-called declaration of guilt, what the Israelis call the declaration of guilt. They called that an internal kind of discussion, although back then it was already problematic, because they knew that it's very difficult to speak to the Germans about German guilt. So they were already kind of sensitive about this word guilt. So you see also back then already in the Israeli and the Jewish kind of correspondence and internal documents, this all the time, this distinction and this discussion about what is the relationship between responsibility and guilt. But what is also interesting here is how they wanted the German to compose this declaration. So it should not be prescribed, it should come from them. It should be genuine, a genuine kind of feeling of the Germans. It should display moral courage, and it should be kind of, they say here that a perfunctory declaration will not be accepted, so it should be authentic. So although they did not want to prescribe what the Germans had to say, they very much had clear ideas of what will convince them as an authentic, kind of sincere German declaration, and I won't go into that because I'm sure that I don't want to disturb your Schlafstunde, but I would kind of summarize that in these 3 R's: responsibility, recognition, and eventually the willingness to offer reparations. So eventually, after the meeting between Fischer, Horowitz, and Adenauer, the message was accepted, and eventually the German produced a declaration by this man here, Alexander Böcker, who was a German diplomat, a very apparently a conservative person who left Germany in the mid-1930s, left to Oxford, eventually ended up in Harvard. After the war, he returned, and this is Herbert Blankenhorn joined his team in what will start being as the German Foreign Office. And he was considered as, because he spent so many years in the States and he knew Jews, he was considered as the expert on these issues, and he was assigned this assignment, or this kind of, to write the declaration. We know, or at least I know from other sources, that at this period, and I assume he wrote that in May, June 1951, he mainly consulted with these 2 men, John McCloy, the High Commissioner, and he's one of his major assistant, Benjamin Bottenwisser, who was also a Jew, and he was probably the main person who advised and helped Alexander Böcker in formulating the declaration. So eventually, in beginning of July, and this is the first kind of version of the full declaration. It's very difficult to read here, but so this is the first version of the declaration that was given to Noah Baron in the 13th of July 1951. And once he got the declaration, he got it from Herbert Blankenhorn in Bonn in one of his visits, a kind of a procedure kind of emerged. So he took the declaration, read it himself, shared that mainly with Goldman, who shared that with the Israelis. They kind of collected all the amendments, the comments, and eventually he put them together in a document. He then sent the kind of document or send the correction, and then he also sent a German kind of clean document with an English translation and said, this is how we want it. And this is, again, why I think it's so an important procedure. The procedure here of what to say and how to say was so central, and it was a back and forth between the sides. And they needed to reach an agreement because both sides wanted the declaration to happen. One of the kind of major things that emerged from this procedure, and one of the emphasis, is of course the language. And I would dare to argue that in this process of back and forth, one of the kind of results of that the Jewish side, in a way, taught the German side about how to speak about what's going on, how to kind of conceptualize that. And of course, sometimes they were successful, sometimes they were not. So for instance here, the original version talked about racial and religious tolerance. That now Germany wants to kind of create an education system that would eliminate racial and religious tolerance, and they change that, kind of eliminate racial and start talking about human and religious, or menschlich and religious tolerance. One of the key kind of factor in this declaration, which generally speaking, the Jewish side and the Israelis were actually quite happy with this first version, is the opening statement. Now, I don't know if probably I don't have time to read that, but also from here, the parts that here are kind of, I crossed them out. These are the Jewish Israeli corrections. So instead of talking about against their Jewish fellow citizens, they put against millions of Jews. Or here, against when they say systematic murder of immeasurable kind of people, they said innocent people. So they were very conscious that they need a language that will reveal more feelings and be forcible about the crime that happened. So the Jewish kind of, to summarize, how the Jewish side read this text. So what was important, the extent of what they thought as the admission of guilt, the commitment to fight anti-Semitism and what at that time was seen as the kind of resurgence of National Socialism, the willingness to take responsibility and offer amends, and the acknowledgement, and this is very important, especially for the State of Israel, because the acknowledgement that the State of Israel is not only a legitimate representative of the Jewish people, but also entitled to get reparation. So the first version did not mention the State of Israel at all. This was inserted by the Jewish readers. One of the probably major challenges of the Jewish readers of the text was this kind of separation or distinction between the German people and the Nazi regime. And the first version said that every unprejudiced observer of the situation knows the German people, in its great majority, did not want the crimes committed against the Jews and did not take part in them. Now you can understand that the Jewish reader until today feels very uncomfortable with such a statement. And this was amended, but at the end of the day, the spirit of this sentence was sustained and remained. So again, just to give you an idea about this process, and this is a letter from Noah Baron to Nahum Goldman at the end of August, already referring to the second draft, and you see that already from the first draft, the second draft was much kind of milder, and he says here, in close please find a draft by Alfred. Alfred is Adenauer, that they had these kind of coded, they either called him Alfred or the old man. I don't think that Adenauer actually, I have reasons to believe, let's put it this way, that Adenauer did not comment on the first draft. I think he only commented on the draft, on the final draft. And we discussed that with Bruno. Bruno is Blankenhorn, and he agreed that he will try to incorporate the 5 corrections, so they made another correction to the second draft, and he will try to restore as much as possible the feelings, which evaporated from the second draft. And this is actually what I find here also even more interesting. And then Bruno said that he and his friends, and that's kind of always a code name for all kinds of other readers, mainly from the SDU, from the political party who read that, are keen that the matter should raise the minimum public opposition, and this is not an easy task. Mainly he says to them, look, our hands are tied, you have to understand. And they understand. They understand that there are limitations. and they need to find some kind of a compromise. So eventually, the final draft reached the Israelis approximately 5 days before the declaration was due. Walter Entain, the general director of the Israeli Foreign Office, again, another German Jew, saw that and he was horrified. Immediately, he wires Eliyahu Livnei, the Israeli consul in Munich, and he actually tells him, look, you have to go now. I don't care how. Israelis are not actually allowed to contact German officials directly, but you will go to Bonn and stop this. And then he gives them, our demands, restore the explicit commitment of German responsibility, strong reference to Israel's Shilumim claim, and the opening paragraph that you saw before should be restored because it was much more forcible than the eventually kind of paragraph that is here that eventually spoken. What is also interesting here is this comment here, that this document or this wire was sent in the 26th of September. The 27th, the declaration was supposed to be delivered. So it was too late, and it says, sorry, too late. And this is eventually the opening paragraph of the speaking text or the spoken text, which, again, we don't have now time to read that, but it's kind of a text that doesn't actually say much and doesn't have the commitment that the original text. And if you compare the three versions, you see that the last version is the weakest version. And for the Israelis, they really had to kind of swallow that. It was very difficult for them to accept. However, there was one line in the speech itself that was from the beginning to the end there, and eventually I would again argue that became the key kind of element that made this whole thing possible. And you see here the English translation, unspeakable crimes. That's the crime without a name is an unspeakable crime, but it's still a crime. And both sides recognize that. So unspeakable crimes, however, committed in the name of the German nation, and they rendered moral and material reparation. Now, moral and material reparation, that is actually an addition of the Jewish Israeli readers. And why did they add that? The original said, moralische und materiellen Wiedergutmachung. And it was mainly the problem with the Israelis that did not actually understand what the German mean with the term Wiedergutmachung. Now, the problem wasn't their language skills. The problem was that they didn't understand what kind of legal and political implications this term will have. And they wanted to kind of make that more forcible. So in each time that this term was mentioned, you see that there was some kind of, in the kind of the draft, there's some kind of a Jewish addition. So here also moral and material, and then eventually also individual, and in other cases, collective. So this sentence of these unspeakable crimes, if you now go after the declaration, if you go, first of all, to the declarations that the Israelis prepared on the day that the German issued their own declarations, the Israeli government issued their declaration, which was, of course, in terms of the language and the emotion, was much more forcible. All the kind of the feelings and the emotion that evaporated from the German version, you find them here. But also you find the sentence that the Germans acknowledged that unspeakable crimes were committed in the name of the German people. So this sentence was the key for this whole process to begin. And then, of course, when you go to the agreement itself, yeah, the Luxembourg agreement itself, the first sentence, the introduction, that does not really give an account of what happened, but starts, whereas unspeakable crimes, criminal acts were perpetrated against the Jewish people during the National Socialist regime of terror, and then because of that, you are giving us these kind of reparations. So this is a key factor in creating this, I would say, this shared narrative between the two sides. So I will then stop here, and hopefully we will have a discussion afterwards about this.
נו, אנחנו הולכים מחיל אל חיל. כן, מהרצאה טובה אחת לשנייה. תודה רבה. תודה רבה על sorry, I should speak in English, אוי ויי. כן, כן, hope vergessen. Yiddish was my first language. Thank you so much for the detailed, for the documentation, the detailed documentation, and the way you led us through the discussion about this important turning point a document and the way it came about. But you ended your title with a question mark. You said turning point, question mark, and I think that you gave an answer. It was definitely a turning point, and thank you indeed for that. Okay, we are turning towards the third lecture, third presentation by Yaakov Tovi. Dr. Yaakov Tovi specializes in the political history of the Jewish community in Palestine during the British Mandate period and the state of Israel in the first few decades following its establishment. He's particularly interested in studying Israeli foreign affairs that have clear, significant, and consequential links to Israeli society on the one hand, and to the party political system on the other. איפה היית לפני הבחירות האחרונות? Over the past 15 years, he has focused his attention on Israeli-German relations with an emphasis on the reparations affair. To date, he has published 3 books in Hebrew, 2 in English, and we wish you many more others. He will be speaking post-Holocaust reckoning, the public political campaign in Israel over the issue of reparations 1951-1952. אני אנפנף לך ב-20 דקות.
I'll try not to use my glass in order to feel younger. So, yes. First of all, let me to say that I'm very happy to be here. What? Let me first of all say that I'm very happy to be here. As Dina said, that the last 15 years I focused on the issue of reparations. As probably some of you know, I published about 7 years ago a book about this issue, focusing on the Israeli side of the story. The last 3 years, I processed this Hebrew version into English one, updated English version, and it's due to be published in about 4 or 5 months from now. I realize we are going to end the first day of this conference, and I suddenly realized that no one told you what happened 70 years ago at Wassner or at Luxembourg. So I'll take this tedious task on myself to say several words about how this issue of reparations evolved, and then I will talk about my special issue. I'll take the glasses. Yes. So the issue of reparation is, first of all, regarded as a key event in the Israeli history from the economic, political, and intra-Jewish aspects. However, it seems that this subject owes its central historical role, first and foremost, to the public political rule. First and foremost, to the public outcry which it caused. Israel witnessed an internal struggle between those who supported Israeli-German negotiations and those who negated them, a level of turmoil unprecedented in magnitude, the likes of which Israel society had not experienced until then. In fact, viewed comprehensively, the public political campaign regarding the issue of reparations remain to this day one of the most intense ever seen in the state of Israel. Accordingly, in my lecture today, I intend to discuss this dramatic political public campaign. But as I said, before dealing with this specific issue, I would like to first say a few words about how the reparations agreement evolved. At the beginning of January 1951, the Israeli government decided to demand reparations payments from the two German states, at that time West Germany and East Germany. The sum of the reparations was based on a combination of historical economic factor, the property lost by the Jewish people in Europe during the Holocaust, and a current economic factor, the rehabilitations of hundreds of thousands of Holocaust survivors in Israel. Nevertheless, the government in Jerusalem could not approach the German directly. Ever since the end of the Second World War and after the full and horrific extent of the Holocaust were discovered, a kind of popular Jewish boycott was imposed upon the German people, especially by the Jews in Israel. This was an all-out boycott in the political, economic, cultural, and social fields that was uncompromising in nature and was imposed on the Germans for generations to come. The Israeli Jewish boycott was the operative manifestation of the enormous anti-German sentiment harbored by the Jewish public once the sheer scope of the catastrophe inflicted on European Jewry came to light. This boycott reflected the feelings of hatred, the sense of revulsion, and the desire for revenge that raged among the Jewish public against Germany. The boycott was also perceived as a sacred commandment from the slaughtered millions and an essential vehicle for protecting the feelings of hundreds of thousands of survivors. Thus, with the aim of avoiding direct contact with the Germans, the Israeli government decided to submit its claim for reparations payments to the four occupying powers in Germany, namely the United States, Great Britain, France, and the USSR. Israel wanted these powers to secure for it reparations payments from Germany. In contrast to the USSR, which ignored this letter, the Western power replied to Israel's letter, but argued that for political and legal reasons, they could not interfere in this matter. Nevertheless, unofficially, they suggested to Israel to deal directly with West Germany to arrange for reparations payments. Left with no choice, the Israeli leadership accepted on an offer by Konrad Adenauer, the Chancellor of West Germany, to open secret channel of communications. These secret contacts established between the two countries throughout the spring and summer of 1951 produced results, and as that year drew to a close, Bonn and Jerusalem agreed to start direct negotiations on the issue of reparations. On March 20, 1952, negotiations began at Wasner, a suburb of The Hague, between representatives of Israel and the Claims Conference on the one hand, and delegates of West Germany on the other hand. On September 10, 1952, after months of negotiations during which the parties experienced many ebbs and flows, Israel and West Germany signed an agreement in Luxembourg. According to this agreement, Bonn promised to give Israel, within a period of 12 years, goods and services valued at a total of $750 million. Now, the secret contacts between the leaders in Bonn and Jerusalem on the question of compensation began already in April 1951. However, the political system and the public at large in Israel only began to realize that something was going on with respect to this issue at the end of September 1951, after Chancellor Adenauer spoke in the Bundestag in support of paying compensation to Israel. The Israeli government responded to the statement, to this German statement, within a few hours of its pronouncement, and its message did not rule out the possibility of official and direct talks between the two countries on the question of reparations. The swiftness of the response and its content led various parties in Israel, some of whom were zealous defenders of the boycott principle, to estimate that Bonn and Jerusalem were making secret moves behind the scene with the aim of opening negotiations. The German Chancellor's statement from September 1951, therefore, turned out to be the starting signal for a public political campaign revolving around the idea of negotiations. Two opposing camps arose on either side of the German divide. The first to form was an anti-negotiations camp whose aim was to preserve the sacred boycott and thwart any possibility of talks between Israel and West Germany. In response, a pro-negotiations camp was created in support of the idea. This campaign was protracted. It lasted with varying intensities for an entire year until September 1952, when the reparations agreement was signed. Comprehensive, vigorous, and impassioned. The State of Israel had seen nothing like it before. The entire political establishment, as well as the main news media at the time, the press, took part in this campaign. Through this and other elements, the general public had its say. The anti-negotiations camp was headed by three opposition parties in the Israeli parliament, the Knesset, Mapam and Maki on the left, and the Herut movement on the right. They were joined by various extra-parliamentary elements, notably the ultra-Orthodox Poalei Agudat Israel in Jerusalem, the extreme right-wing Sulam group, a circle of intellectuals and public figures, organizations of Holocaust survivors, student unions, youth organizations, and the unaffiliated newspapers of Ma'ariv, Yediot Achronot, and the Yiddish newspaper Letz Anayes. This camp, this anti-negotiations camp, expressed its view in three different arenas. The Knesset, by way of motions for the agenda, bills and motion of no confidence. The public arena, by way of demonstrations, rallies, vigils, placard covering building fronts, pamphlets distributed to passers-by, and manifestos. And the journalistic arena, through articles, editorials, shocking images from the Holocaust area, and headlines that had a systematic anti-government slant. The anti-negotiations campaign reached fever pitch in the 10 days leading up to the decisive vote in the Knesset on the issue of negotiations on January 9, 1952. The press outlet of the opposition parties in Israel, Mapam, Maki, and Herut, as well as the organ of the extra-parliamentary ultra-Orthodox PAGI, printed more anti-negotiations articles and editorials during this brief period of time than they had over the previous 3 months combined. The same went for the unaffiliated newspapers Yediot Achronot, Ma'ariv, and Letz Anayes. Herut went so far as to devote nearly all of its January 7, 8, and 9 issues to the subject. The tone of the writing in these papers during this critical period was far more belligerent, at times combative or even inciting, yet at the same time sentimental, verging on pathos. After the decision had been made in the Israeli parliament on January 9 in favor of negotiations between Israel and Germany, there was a certain respite in the campaign of this camp. However, it resumed with renewed vigor ahead of the opening of the talks on March 21 and remained at this pitch until the second half of April. During the following months, the campaign's intensity abated, and it was conducted mainly in the journalistic arena, first and foremost by Herut, Maki, and Peggy, before flaring up for the last time ahead of the signing of the reparations agreement on September 10. Now, with your permission, let me show you some images from this anti-negotiations campaign. The headline of some of the newspapers that were part of this campaign. This is Herut on your right, and Kol Am, the Communist Party. As you can see, those are very vociferous, provocative, sensational, maybe inciting headlines against this idea of negotiations between the Jewish state and between the German state. You can see another two headlines from Al Mishmar, the mouthpiece of Mapam party, and Let's Anayas, an Yiddish language paper talking about Sobibor and Israel, the government, Ben-Gurion government, intend to talk with the German, compare between the slaughter and the deal between the Israeli government and the German government. You can see a demonstration of the Herut movement on January 7. This was the most big, the most large demonstration at that time, and it turned to be a violent demonstration, the first time and the last time that the Israeli parliament was attacked by demonstrators, by the Herut movement followers. And another demonstration of the Herut movement in April 1952. Herut was the leading party combating this idea of negotiations between Israel and Germany. And this is the presentation. Now, the pro-negotiations camp was composed of the coalition parties aided by the ruling Mapai party and a number of affiliated newspapers like Haaretz, Jerusalem Post, and two German language newspapers. Their campaign in support of the negotiations was short-lived, limited in scope, and very low in intensity. It was mainly waged in the first 10 days of January 1952 and took place almost exclusively within the journalistic arena. Compared to the newspapers of the anti-negotiation circles, the pro-negotiations press devoted little space to the subject, and the tone of writing was generally subdued. Moreover, this camp hardly initiated any outreach activities, but mainly responded to the propaganda attacks launched by the anti-negotiations camp. Now, the campaign over the issue of reparations was characterized by very high levels of political violence in Israel. Such violence, in terms of campaigns, especially verbal intensity, duration, and the variety of actors that took part in it, had not been witnessed in Israel before then, and will not be witnessed again in Israel for many years to come. It was mostly associated with the anti-negotiations camp. The Herut movement and the Communist Party, Maki, organs abounded in sensational, provocative, and inciting slogans, as we saw. Their strident language was also occasionally reflected in the speeches delivered by these camp representatives. There were elements in the Herut movement who saw even physical violence as a legitimate tool of resistance. its supporters were responsible for the attack on the Knesset during the mass rally Cherut held near the parliament on January 7, 1952, as well as for terrorist acts against elements linked to the negotiations process. Given the above, it is clear that the anti-negotiations camp in Israel had led a much more organized through assertive and vocal campaign than that of the pro-negotiations camp. The intense emotional aspect built into the German-Jewish issue, certainly at this point in time, only a few years after the end of the Holocaust, instilled a fighting spirit among those people in Israel who opposed the reparations talks. The same emotional component, likewise, made it difficult for the people in Israel, for the pro-negotiations camp, to mobilize its full force in defense of their cause. They felt it is inappropriate to fight too enthusiastically in favor of negotiations with the Germans. Beyond that, based on a sober analysis of the balance of political power, the pro-negotiations camp estimated that its victory in the decisive vote in the Knesset on January 9 was guaranteed. An overly heated campaign could tip the scale in favor of the opposing side, and it was therefore in its interest to keep a lid on the flames as much as possible. The two rival camps raised a number of arguments during the campaign in support of their respective positions. However, each of them highlighted one central argument in particular. The anti-negotiations camp repeatedly warned that talks with West Germany would completely shatter the anti-German boycott in Israel and in practice lead to German-Jewish reconciliation at the expense of humiliating the victims of Holocaust. On the other side, the pro-negotiations camp emphasized the great advantage guaranteed by a successful reparations agreement. A great deal of capital would flow into the Jewish state, securing its existence and ensuring its ability to thrive, thus preventing the possibility of second Holocaust, at this time at the hands of the Arabs. These two arguments reflected, to one degree or another, two different worldviews. The first sought to cling to the past and consecrate national honor, while the second sought to look to the future and reach out for hope. Supporters of the negotiations listened attentively to the arguments raised by the opponent's camp and responded to them, but suspected that the main, perhaps even the sole factor that spurred the opposition in the Knesset to resist the negotiations was a narrow political interest that had nothing to do with the German-Jewish issue. It can be estimated with some confidence that alongside the moral historical aspect of the Holocaust, the opposition parties were also motivated to one degree or another by selfish political consideration. Nevertheless, in the specific case of the right-wing Cherut party, political considerations appear to have been largely secondary to moral concerns. So, despite the ideological differences between the two camps, they naturally both approach the situation from the same vantage point, the Holocaust. This was, in fact, the first time since the end of the World War II that the subject of Holocaust was so intensely present on the Jewish agenda in Israel. Its horrors, consequences, and lessons were used by the two sides to justify their respective positions. The use of the Holocaust in the course of this public political campaign led to two contradictory results. On the one hand, the two camps emphasized the educational, universal, and human aspects of this Jewish tragedy. On the other hand, it became a cynical political cudgel which in all actuality cheapened it in the public eye. this negative process of the Holocaust in Israeli Jewish society will accelerate and intensify over the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And you could see that this lecture followed the former one, which brought us to the document, the declaration, and then the reactions to the declaration. If I'm allowed, you finished a few minutes before your time, so I'll take these 2-3 minutes to say that one element, a major element in Israeli society was not mentioned in your lecture, and this is the kibbutzim. Okay, a kibbutzim. The kibbutz, there isn't one general kibbutz movement yet as there is today. You had the Shomer HaTzair, you had the Kibbutz HaMauchad, but anyhow, despite the small number in society, they had a weight and a say and a word and a leadership. From them came leadership from during the years before the state and after. So it's a very important element that had a huge problem with reparations and especially with the compensations, with the individual. There were kibbutzim in which all the society, all the kibbutz was founded by survivors. There is a long number, about 15 kibbutzim, only survivors. There isn't any problem because all of them would agree. Okay, but what about kibbutzim where some would accept compensations and the others not? There would be immediately a difference, a big difference, financially, economically, within the kibbutz. What do you do? Okay? So I'm just kinderlach. לא, זה לא קינדרלך, זה מידלך. מה? כן, מידלך זה מסוכן, זה נכון. זה נכון. So I'm just raising the problem. I want to go into how in each kibbutz or kibbutz movement it was solved. It was solved differently. In HaShomer HaTzair, where the whole system of life was more collective, and you gave everything you had to the collective, the problem was bigger and more acute than in others, in Kibbutz HaMauchad. But still, in HaShomer HaTzair, there was a general decision that such and such percentage of the money that would be accepted would go to the general needs of the kibbutz, and 7%, את שומעת, Colette, 7% would go for commemoration of the Holocaust. In Kibbutz HaMauchad, they had different resolutions and decisions, but anyhow, I want to remind you that legally each kibbutz is an independent entity and can decide on its own decisions, its own, in the famous Motzai Shabbat gathering. So in every place you had another decision. But it was an acute problem. It was painful. It was accompanied with the press, with the letters to the press, inside gatherings, special gatherings inside the kibbutzim. There were kibbutzim such as in Ein HaChoresh, Abba Kovner, Rushka and Vitka said, we are not going to get 1 penny. And they didn't. They didn't want to take a penny. And with this I will end, former ghetto fighters, Antek Zuckerman, Tzivia, Chaika Grossman, Abba Kovner, etc., went up to the Knesset and chained themselves in iron chains and decided to have a hunger strike until this decision of negotiations will be over. And then Antek said, let's think a bit more, because they will just forget us here and we will really die of hunger, and we know what it means, abaita, when they change their mind. Okay, we could go on, but we will not. And we will turn to the fourth lecture, and this is by Shlomi Shetrit. Efo? Shlomi Shetrit, toda. Chief Superintendent, Dr. Shlomi Shetrit heads the Israeli Police History and Heritage Branch, and is a postdoctoral research fellow at the Institute of Criminology at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. His research focuses on the history of policing, law enforcement, and internal security in Mandate Palestine and Israel. Please, you're invited. Rega. He will be speaking about battlefield in front of the Knesset, the police, and the Restitution riots, January 7, 1952.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction and for having me, and thank you, Dr. Tovi, for the great preparation for my talk. So without further ado,
היה הניסיון של בגין לכבוש את הכנסת. הפגנות, אבנים, ניסיון לפרוץ לתוך מקלות, ניסיון לפרוץ לתוך הכנסת. הכוחות שהיו לי, אני גייסתי אז את כל המשטרה, זה הייתה שם. זה עורר מחלוקת רבה בציבור. ודאי. אבל אני חושב שהמשטרה הצילה את כבוד המדינה. מה בעצם המדיניות שלך בטיפול בהפגנות האלה? רק לא לתת להם להרוס את הכנסת. זה הסיבה פשוטה ברורה. אתה יכול להיזכר באיזה מקרים שממש ראית סכנה לקיום המדינה מבחינת הסדר הציבורי, והמשטרה באמת הסדירה את הסדר. אתה זוכר? אני חושב שזה הקובע ביותר והגורלי ביותר היה הניסיון לכבוש את הכנסת. זה השאיר לך את הרושם העמוק. ללא ספק.
Commissioner Yechezkel Sahar remembers that as his proudest moment, as the time when he and the police saved Israel. What did the Prime Minister think at the time? Well, on January 11th, 4 days after the riots, Ben-Gurion noted in his diary the first entry since January 6th, and he says that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday were the days of shilumim, reparations, and of Begin's failed, tragic, and ludicrous putsch, using in Hebrew the word putsch. And undoubtedly, Hafganat HaShilumim, the reparations riot, was one of the most violent and I would say seminal moments in early Israeli history, and perhaps until today we did not see, luckily, such demonstrations and such violence over political disagreements. Now, what will we be talking about? First, what happened? Okay, we all know that there was a riot. We all know that there were two camps, but do we actually know what happened on the ground? The second question is, how did the police operate? What did it prepare for? How did it act? How did its actions affect the outcomes? The third one, which I think is very, very interesting, is who were the protesters? We heard about the leadership, Cherut, Maki, Kibbutzim, but who were the men and women who actually participated in those demonstrations? And lastly, was it an attempted putsch? Well, of course, we know today that it wasn't, but what did the participants know then? what did they think, how did they appreciate the situation at the time. Now, the source for this talk is mainly, or almost solely, the classified police files. I've collated a database of the personal details of every man and woman who were arrested after this riot. And from that, I got a very interesting database and an insight into what happened. And I think that you can never know the history of a society until you look at that through our eyes, the police, because we see everything and we usually document everything. Yeah, but in the good sense. Okay, so the snowball begins rolling on January 4th. In Herut, we can see the headlines: reparation money is soaked in blood, we will thwart the plot of reconciliation with German Amalek, and a notice that a people's demonstration will take place on Monday, January 7th, which is the eve of Yud B'Tevet, which was then also considered to be the Holocaust Memorial Day. And they called the citizens to come and have a demonstration first, a memorial service on Har Zion, where there is a Holocaust memorial, the first, I would say, national one in Israel, and then to Zion Square in Jerusalem. Okay, so how did the police prepare? First information regarding Herut's plans arrived apparently only one day before the demonstration, on January 6th. On that day, all leaves were canceled in the Jerusalem district and in the National Police School, which was then near Shfar'am in the north of Israel. And they were looking for riot gear throughout the police in order to equip the policemen. And on the following day, Operation Knesset was published in the Jerusalem district, and the mission says that according to information received, a demonstration will take place and some protesters might try breaking into the Knesset in order to disrupt the discussions. We fear that force might be used to that end, and the Jerusalem district and the attached police units will prevent any interference with Knesset's orderly conduct. So when we look at what was the goal of the police operation, it was very simple: to enable the Knesset to conduct its regular business. How did they prepare? So here we see Israeli policemen. This picture was taken earlier in 1951 in Shfar'am in the police school, in full riot gear: a potty on the head, a wok in the hand, and in the other hand, a baseball bat. And we can see that the commander also have a gas mask, because the police did have at the time tear gas, CS gas, to use against violent protesters. Operation Knesset was headed by Major General Levi Avrahami, the commander of the Jerusalem district. In order to protect the Knesset, 735 police officers from throughout the district and from the national school were brought to Jerusalem. This is about 1/6 of the entire force. They barricaded the streets around the Knesset. We will see it shortly in a map. And most importantly, what were the orders regarding use of force? First thing that you should know, the police did not carry firearms. They were ordered to come unarmed. Only certain commissioned officers were allowed to carry their handguns. The order said that clubs may be used, but only after being attacked by protesters. They had 2 fire engines, courtesy of the Israeli firefighters, in order to use high-pressure water, and they had specialist units which had smoke grenades and tear gas grenades, which might be used. And I quote from the command: "Firearms will not be used even if the police are fired upon." Yep. Okay, so what went on? At around noon, the demonstration began on Mount Zion, and later came to the Zion Square, and we see here Begin on the veranda, giving his very famous speech. Then I gave the order no, referring to Altalena. Today I will give the order yes. What did he told his men not to do? He prevented them from opening fire. Today he will perhaps not. And two things that the protesters had. Most of them had on their lapels a small paper badge. This one, remember what Amalek has done to you. We found that in our files. And they also had their own posters, and you can see here that Mapai's bankrupt regime seeks help in reparations disgrace. And here we see Adenauer and Ben-Gurion and Hitler, and of course the blood of the victims. And it's pretty obvious that they are against that agreement. So at 2 p.m., the demonstration begins at Zion Square. According to eyewitnesses that we have, there were about 2,000 people present at the square, which is quite a lot for such a small square. And the police began setting up its barricades at around 2 p.m. There were two lines of barricades, one closer to the Knesset, the other one farther away, and there was a small reserve force in Orion Cinema near Zion Square. At around 5 p.m., after the speeches ended, hundreds, perhaps even thousands of protesters began marching towards the Knesset. Now you have to remember, January, it's dark, it was also cold. They passed through the first barricades, and at around 5:30, they break through the second line and they arrive to the Knesset. Now, the police try to disperse them. They use the fire engines, they use gas grenades. They succeed at times to push them away towards King George, but for about 4 hours, between 5:30 and 9:30 p.m., we have a massive riot which is focused on the Knesset and on Shiber's Hall, which today is the Horses Garden, Gan Hasus. It was before that Gan HaMenorah, where the menorah sculpture was placed. Shiber's Hall is a construction site left from 1936 near the Knesset. And I had a talk with Yossi Achimeir of Jabotinsky Institute, and he asked me if I knew why the demonstration was so violent. I said, no, I don't know why. He said, someone made a mistake. What was the mistake? Someone put a construction site near the Knesset. So they had stones, and they had sticks, and they had pieces of metal, and that's what happened. The protesters barricaded themselves within Shiber's Hall, and for 4 hours attacked the police, mainly with stones. The police charged them, they were thrown back, and again, at times, the entrance to the Knesset building was threatened. Knesset windows were broken. Tear gas entered the hall. At the time, as you know, they were actually having their discussions within the Knesset. Begin was taking the floor at the time, and they say that they started hearing yells and shouting when he spoke, and someone said, yeah, they know who's speaking right now. At around 9:30 p.m., military reinforcement arrived. And with the help of the soldiers, the police finally succeed in driving off the protesters, although I suppose that the hour being late and people being tired and hungry also helped. There are not many photographs from the riot itself. David Rubinger took some, but there's only one which is available online. I have to get to his collection because I know there are more. And this is, I think, the most dramatic one. And we can see here the police, we can see the fire. The fire was actually from one car, which was set on fire by the protesters. And here we see pictures taken in the Jerusalem district right after the riot. We see some of the policemen who were injured. What were the outcomes? 83 policemen were wounded, although the press and the Prime Minister reported 130 policemen were wounded, which means you couldn't trust the press then like you can trust them now. The press also reported 200 civilian wounded. I did not find any corroboration for that number or for any other number, so I have no idea how many civilians were actually wounded. There were about 402 arrests, and I don't know the exact number because I have the police reports, which include the names of every person who was arrested. But then I have another report which says that Chaim Korfu was arrested in Cherutz Club, but he's not in those lists. So apparently there was at least another person arrested. Where did these arrests take place? 140 in Jerusalem. Very few of them on the following day, according to information, because they tried to find the people who attacked, who assaulted the officers. Of those 140, don't think that they were all arrested while rioting. The majority were arrested in Cherutz Club after the riot ended, or on the bus stops, waiting for the buses to take them to Tel Aviv. Apparently, only a few dozens were arrested during the riot itself. This is due to the fact that the police were overworked. Sometimes they succeeded in arresting someone and then the rioters freed him. And there were, I think, no more than a few dozens. About 250 were arrested on a police checkpoint which was set up on Abu Rosh in order to intercept the demonstrators on the way back to Tel Aviv. And another one, a wounded protester, was arrested by Mishmar HaGvul, the border police, near Ramle. The police then, and actually even today, doesn't have the capacity to take care of so many arrestees at one time, so they dispersed them throughout Israel. Some of them were sent to Beit She'an, some of them were sent to Tiberias, some of them to Ramle, to Rehovot, to Rishon LeZion, to Lida. Even in Yagur, in Jalame, where Eichmann will be later held, they set up a special camp for the most dangerous detainees, about 18 of them. However, by January 15, everyone was out. And the number of indictments filed was 0. No one was indicted for that riot. The reason for that was the police did not press charges. And the police did not press charges because it wasn't able to positively identify any one of the men who assaulted the police. And when I read the testimonies given by the police at the time, it is very obvious why that happened. Again, it's dark. It's a very tense situation. People are fighting for their lives. You can see how they were wounded. And then someone is given a young boy of 14 and says, arrest him, take him to the station. He usually doesn't take his personal details. He has no idea who he is, and that young boy might be passed over to another policeman and then to another policeman. And by the time that he comes in front of a judge, no one can say what he's actually accused of. And they tried to get information from policemen who participated in that demonstration, but eventually no indictments were filed. Now, I think the most interesting information which I got from this research was regarding the protesters. So although I only have the details, the personal information about those arrested, which might create a bias, I think that the information is actually quite representative because, like I said, the vast majority of arrestees were not taken by the police during the riot itself, but afterwards. So they probably were peaceful protesters and not people who actually fought with the police. So we can see that there were 14% women. The average age was 27, but you can see that the median age is much, much lower. Most protesters arrested were between the ages of 15 to 25, which is as to be expected. There were actually several were as young as, I think the youngest was 13 and a half, and there were 2 or 3 more arrested who were 14. There was one man who was 70. Where did they come from? Surprisingly, the majority came from Tel Aviv and not from Jerusalem. Jerusalem was the major Jewish urban center at the time, and actually from all over Israel. You can see Jaffa, Ramat Gan, Be'er Sheva. Another community which I did not include in this graph is Ramat Raziel, which is very well represented with 4 arrested members, and it stands to reason. Another thing that I got, on 40 of those arrested people, I had their testimonies. And only about a fifth of them claimed to be Cherut members or sympathizers, or were members of Ramat Raziel, which even if they denied being Cherut sympathizers, we can assume that they were. Another interesting fact, the ethnicity of the protesters. This is, again, according to surnames. Whenever I had the information on about 20 of them, I had that information in the files. But you can see that the majority were Ashkenazi. This is not surprising. It is surprising that 70% of those arrested were Sephardi, mostly Yemenites. 27%, yes. And another 70% is Cohen, Levi, which could be either way. So this is not an Ashkenazi demonstration. This is a Jewish demonstration. This is Jewish opposition to the reparations agreement. Now, was it a putsch? So we have to consider the information that decision makers had then. First, the testimonies by the police and by the detainees. The detainees, surprisingly, never saw anything, never threw any rock on the police, never attacked anyone, and most of them were not even participating in the riot. They just came to visit their aunt or to have their hair made or whatever it is. I'm not joking, that's how it's written, but of course, that's to be expected. However, when reading police testimonies, it is quite obvious that there was no guiding hand. There was no leadership. Prior intelligence. Now, the interesting thing is that until 1952, police monitored Cherut and Maki activities. There was a changeover, and the responsibility for that was turned over to Shin Bet in 1952, but later. I found no information in our files regarding any upcoming riot or putsch or coup d'etat intentions. Police and military preparations were lacking. The police was prepared for a demonstration which might turn violent, but nothing more than that. They did bring massive forces, 735 policemen, but they did not think that they were going to face anything which might endanger the state. The military was not involved. It got involved only after several hours. There were no other actions taken by Cherut, not at the time and not later, and there were no actions taken against Cherut. Like we said, no indictments, no one was prosecuted, Cherut was not closed. If we compare that to what happened after the assassination of Count Bernadotte in Jerusalem, when the Knesset, when the government passed the Anti-Terrorism Act, nothing of the sort happened. And even Ben-Gurion, on January 13, in the government, when he compared what happened in Jerusalem to what happened in Petrograd in the 1917 revolution, he said, we have to treat Begin apart from his not only followers, apart from his party. Cherut is not with Begin on that. So even Ben-Gurion, who claimed that there was a putsch, and he used that for his own political advantage, did not actually believe that on January 7th there was a real danger. So it seems that the riots were spontaneous, undirected, and the result of genuine opposition to the reparation agreement. However, and I will take 30 seconds more of our time, and a short lesson on the validity of sources. The picture that we saw, the movie that we saw at the beginning, the clip, the huge demonstration that you saw was not in Jerusalem, was not on January 7th. It was in Tel Aviv on March 25th. And this was due to the commencement of the negotiations on the agreement itself. And in preparation for that, the police was given an order to prepare for a possible coup d'etat. Policemen were spread throughout Jerusalem and Tel Aviv. Every police station was guarded by reinforcement. The Prime Minister's house was guarded, government offices. The army was ordered to prepare to reinforce the police. There was one battalion of paratroopers, one infantry brigade, one mechanized infantry brigade put on the ready. The non-commissioned officer school was put on the ready, and they were even ordered to be prepared to impose martial law if the need arises. Now, this sounds very dramatic until you see who were the policemen tasked with that duties. So for example, the commander of the reserve force, the mobile reserve force in the Jerusalem district was Captain Naftali Gribov, who was usually the conductor of the police band. So it either proved that they didn't have any other option, or that they did not actually fear a real danger. But those demonstrations, and of course, those following them, were peaceful. We did not see, luckily, anything reminding what happened on January 7th at the time. Thank you very much.
So then I will come back. I suggest that we'll begin meanwhile. Okay? Think so, no? Beseder? So I have questions. First of all, a question to Shlomi. So I wanted to ask you about, of course you couldn't find, I think, information about that, but about the motivation of people who joined the demonstration. Because you mentioned the 27 Sephardic Jews. Well, I'm not sure that all of them came to the demonstration to demonstrate against the reparations. I know, but maybe some of them came to demonstrate against what we call Shilton Mapai, against Mapai, and it was part of a demonstration against Mapai, and they joined it. So this is a suggestion. I went to Ron you spoke about Nehemiah Robinson. I think it's so important to mention Nehemiah Robinson, and also to speak about the Robinson brothers, whose service to the Jewish people is so important. Not so many people know about it, but it's so important for so many. Dina, אני התחלתי, sorry, בסדר? For so many, okay, זהו, יותר מדי תה. For so many years. And I just wanted to mention two things. First of all, that Nehemiah, this is a study that I'm doing now, Nehemiah Robinson, at towards the end of the 50s, the beginning of the 60s, he took a leading role in the effort to bring Nazi criminals to justice. So this is a continuing work of the Institute of Jewish Affairs. So this was one point. The second point is the one that mentioned by Dina, which is the Nuremberg trial, and the role of the Institute of Jewish Affairs, and the role of Jacob Robinson was so important towards the trial. I think that, in my opinion, Robinson had a tremendous impact on Jackson, which you can see. I don't agree that about the concept about the Holocaust in the Nuremberg trial, but I won't go in it. But if you can see, if you read the speech of Jackson at the beginning of the trial, you can see the influence of Jacob Robinson on him, and about the British mandate, and about the Nuremberg trial, and the negotiation with Jacob Robinson about bringing Chaim Weizmann to the Nuremberg trial, when they did everything that Chaim Weizmann will not come to the trial. My last comment is to Professor Reuveni, is about this sentence that I mentioned this morning, or this phrase, im Namen des deutschen Volkes, in the name of the German people, which I'm not sure that you emphasized it enough, but what I wanted to say is this was really a distortion, a historical distortion, to make this distinction between Nazis and Germans. Now, the Israeli government didn't respond to it. I mean, if you see, first of all, Ben-Gurion in his diary, when he saw the draft, he wrote, Adenauer is not going to speak about responsibility. This is what Ben-Gurion said. He realized he's not going to speak about the responsibility of the German people. And the fact that I was amazed that the Israelis did not, in the press they did, but not the government. You can see the press release of the Israeli government. They said, it seems that the Germans took a responsibility, but they didn't really respond to this distortion. And this distortion became a distortion in all of Adenauer's speeches during the 50s and the beginning of the 60s. Just to mention that prior to the Eichmann trial, he spoke in the Bundestag, and he said, we the Germans in Germany suffered not less of the Jews in Europe. And all the atrocities were not made by the Germans, but a group of Nazis, of what the Reitinger called the alibi of the German people. Okay, thank you.
טוב, רגע, כמה זמן יש לשאלות ותשובות?
יש לנו עוד 6. אפשר עוד לקחת עוד כמה נקודות.
אוקיי, וזה צריך לפעול בשבילם. כן, אבל בשבילכם. גם המשיבים באים לפודיום? כן. אוקיי. Okay, so now we have some time for questions and answers. The answers, of course, will come from our lecturers, the participants in this session. Whoever would like to ask a question is invited here so that it can be recorded. Okay, I see some hands up. You were first, please.
As far as I know...
רגע, הוא צריך לבוא הנה, לא? או? על השאלה. כן. Please. Okay.
As far as I know, East Germany didn't pay yet, until now, its share in the reparations agreement. And it was estimated or agreed upon as 1/3 of the reparation agreement, and it is estimated in nowadays terms at $18 billion. I would like to hear the panel what they know about it and any remarks. Thank you.
Okay. Who of the panel would like to answer? Yeah? רון, בבקשה. רגע.
I'll make a comment on this that is completely unresearched, undocumented, not backed up by any official files. According to information given to me in the early 1990s and repeated in various newspaper reports, an agreement between Israel and the Federal Republic while East Germany was collapsing was that Israel should not respond to East Germany's last-minute attempts to gain credibility, that Israel should wait and West Germany would resolve whatever debts they had. Shortly after the German unification, and as a purported response to Israel's non-intervention in the first Iraq war, West Germany agreed to supply Israel with a number of submarines. Israel purchased one and I believe received two at the expense of the German taxpayer. Given that the submarines are the most expensive weapons platform, the hints that appeared in the press was that this was in fact West Germany's payment on behalf of the East German account. But I haven't seen that in documents.
Okay. So you didn't get an answer. It is still to be fully researched. Iris, בבקשה. Please state your name.
I'm Iris, and I have a question for Gideon. Gideon, did the Jewish or Israeli side also demand an expression of sorrow, any apology from the Germans in the declaration, or was it only a declaration about guilt? Thanks.
Okay, Gideon, please.
Maybe we should collect, then we'll have...
תסמוך על הצ'ר, בבקשה.
They expected a statement of apology, but I think the way they framed it was more around this kind of, they spoke more in this concept of guilt and responsibility. They thought that apology will be pushing it too far. And at the end of the day, they weren't really interested in apologies, they were interested in the money. Yeah, so, it wasn't kind of, and that's also kind of why I find it interesting to kind of frame it in this kind of concept of reconciliation that eventually kind of led to that, because nobody thought that that will be the end or the kind of the aim of that. There was no kind of goal here. The goal was to get reparations. After that, everything was open. All what happened afterwards, and still is happening, was totally unintentional.
Was he afraid of public opinion?
Well, again, I think that the key kind of relationship was between guilt and responsibility. And of course, initially the Jewish side, it's like also the language I think here is very important, because at the beginning, I think you said that, the Israelis looked for a term also to kind of describe what they are doing. Mm-hmm. And reparations immediately was kind of disqualified mainly because of the Americans. The Americans said, and I think a lot of people wrote about that, this is not a legitimate term. And the Israelis was also very much acquainted. They knew the German discourse, and they knew that the term guilt will not work. So responsibility was more of what they looked for in terms of also their attempts to understand what is actually the German means with the term Wiedergutmachung.
It was an indirect responsibility. It wasn't a direct responsibility. It was the nominal. It's not a direct responsibility.
Yeah, but it was, again, you have to work with what you have. I mean, in the name of the German people, it says also, however, yeah? It says actually, the Germans were, a lot of awful things happened, but eventually in the name of the German people, bad things happen. But, I think we need to read that from the perspective of the contemporaries. This was regarded, I think somebody said that in the morning, as a kind of a huge moral, I think you said that, a kind of a, victory. And you have also evidence from other European that the Israel, that's also how Israel presented it. We managed to kind of, take Germany and basically, they admitted that they did something and nobody else kind of achieved that. So again, I think we need to avoid reading this in our eyes and start reading that in the eyes of the contemporaries. And again, what Konstantin Goschler said in the morning, there's also another context here, that the context of the Arab-Israeli conflict, there's the context of the Palestinian refugees, and this was in the head of the people all the time. They're going to acknowledge that, we have to acknowledge something else. This is what was in the heads of these people. For us, it's something very, kind of distant and surprising even, but this was in their heads.
Well, this is the basis of writing history, to put yourself in the shoes of the people then and to understand the atmosphere and the ambiance that was then at the time. And they were also afraid of the public opinion, to have a declaration that the public in Germany was not ready yet to accept. Please, sir, please state your name and who you are referring to.
My name is Michael Borchert. I would just like to make a short remark to what you discussed before. I mean, we should never underestimate the level of opposition against any reparations in Germany, in the German public. I mean, only 11% supported the agreement and the reparation talks, but that isn't my question. I know it's a rather bad academic habit to say what you didn't find in a speech. My question goes to Jakob Tovi, and I fall in that trap in a way, because I would like you to elaborate a little bit more on the religious dimensions that have been put in all three arenas you have been pointing out. I mean, in the journalistic arena, in the public arena, but especially in the Knesset, we had the very religious kind of argumentation, and I think, and I would be interested in your views. I think first, of course, the opponents of the reparations, they started with these religious motives and then forced the other to kind of also react with religious motives, to say it's a mitzvah to ask for reparations. So if you could elaborate on that a little bit more, because I think it would help us to understand the whole situation.
But it's also a mitzvah to hunt down Amalek and Midian.
Yeah, both. I mean,
Amalekites, Midianites, and all the other ites.
I know. But I find it interesting that there was also a religious answer to that on the side of Ben Gurion.
Well, one of the archive that I searched into was the religious archive of the National Religious Party in Ramat Gan, I think, in Bar Ilan University, yes. Now, when you talk about the religious parties in Israel, you are talking about 4 parties. 2 parties belong to the ultra-Orthodox, and 2 parties refer to the Zionist religious parties. And when I searched this archive as part of something like 20 archives that I searched for my English version of the book on reparations, this archive, the religious archive, contained nothing with regard to reparations. It appears that the religious members of the Knesset, the ultra-Orthodox members of the Knesset, didn't give the same attention to this issue as the secular members of the Knesset. there were division between these parties, between those people who object the issue of negotiations, but approximately most of the Zionist religious members of the Knesset support the idea of negotiations, while most of the ultra-Orthodox members object. But due to a coalition order or the coalition duty of these parties that were part of the coalition of Ben-Gurion coalition, they didn't vote against, apart from one member, Mordechai Nuruk, who was a survivor. So to sum it up, most of the Zionist religious didn't object this issue, most of the ultra-Orthodox object, and none of them fight in favor or against this issue.
Okay. בבקשה. Sure, please.
So thank you very much for all these wonderful presentations. I have two questions. The first one is a very factual one, and it goes to Gideon. So in my vague recollections, the United States was also contributing to the Adenauer Declaration. So weren't they participating? I think Benjamin Buttenwieser, who was also mentioned in Ron Zweig's presentation, was one of the editors of the document, or maybe I'm wrong, so this is just a factual question. And a more complex question goes to Shlomi Shetrit. So police and police power also has a symbolic dimension, and it's also about communicating security. And when I was seeing these pictures, I was wondering about the uniforms. So it's always a message. And so in my visual archive, in my personal visual archive, two associations popped up. So the one was British Army and the other one was the Ghetto Police, which might have to do with my personal visual archive. But the question is, how did they want to look like? Did they invent something totally new, a new visual message? How didn't they want to look like? And the second question, where did they get their strategy how to react to such a demonstration? Because they did not have such an experience. It's always a question, how do you behave because you don't want to get in a certain role, yeah? I think that there must have been some traditions from which they drew their strategic considerations. So this is a little bit more complex question. Thank you.
So I think I mentioned that. So as much as I know, the Americans, McCloy and Buttenwieser were involved in the first drafts that before were given to the Jewish readers. They were involved in that. I must admit that, again, hopefully somebody can help me here, but I didn't find a lot of sources in the German archives about all these procedure and the American archive. All what I found is all kinds of references of all kinds of people kind of reflecting on the memoirs about what happened. But they were involved, and the Israelis at some point, when Israelis saw the kind of the second draft, immediately what they did, like they still do today, run to the State Department and say, look, you know, at this text, it won't work. And they try to involve the American to pressure the Germans about that. And just a small remark, because you said about the 11%, and I know these surveys, but this 11% refers to or reparations to Jews. But if you look at the whole survey, most of the Germans were actually for reparations, not necessarily for Jews, but for others, what they saw as victims of National Socialism. So again, you have to contextualize that. Yeah. And again, I mean, Iris' work really shows how the Jewish kind of claims piggyback the other claims.
Yep. Okay, now for Shlomi to answer, I just would like to answer what is my intuitive answer to you. Of course, it's a new police, it's a new country, it's a new Jew, it's a new everything. And Israel was 3 years old when they say there haven't been such demonstrations ever since. What ever since? 3 years. So it's all new, definitely.
Well, the short answer is that whenever there's anything that you think is wrong with Israel and you don't know why is that, blame the British. And today they have the series, The Mandate, which finally shows that. But by the way, my previous role, I was responsible for the Police Museum, which you are more than invited to come. And I had a delegation from the Metropolitan Police in London. And I began by asking them if they knew that everything wrong in Israel was their fault. Yeah, they also laughed. And a few months later, I had the delegation from the Federal Police Academy from Germany. And also told them that the British visited me, and I asked them if they knew that everything was wrong, was their fault. The Germans also laughed, and I said, don't laugh yet, we will get to your part. And now, regarding, I'm opening our website. We have here it is. We have a database, and I want to show you the guide for riot control, published in July 1949, which was translated from English. It still cites the High Commissioner as the legal authority. And the Israel Police, which was established on May 14, 1948, was actually a direct continuation of the Mandate Palestine Police Force. Now, they knew that they have to differentiate themselves from their predecessor because the Palestine Police Force was the main enemy of the Yishuv, so much that in the children's novels, Hassamba, which was a very popular series of novels, which deals with the later part of the Mandate at the beginning, the villain is Sergeant Smith from the police. They are the bad guys. And they knew that they have to change everything, including the uniforms. However, on May 15, there was a small thing that began in Israel also, which is called the War of Independence, and which made the police very low priority. So they kept whatever they had, meaning they used the British uniforms, British gear, and actually the law which governs police authority in Israel today is the Palestine Police Force Ordinance from 1926. So even today we are still continuing the British mandate. However, there is one important change which they tried to instill, and here we see here are the order how to use it, and it actually says how you have to hit someone on his cheek or on his head or in the belly, etc. But the most interesting thing is the way that they, how to use gas, etc. But here, in the end, there it is. And this is very important, and this was probably not translated from the English. You have to consider very well the use of force when dispersing riots, but if you need, you will use it when anything else isn't enough, water. And here, minimal force that will prevent public disorder. This is British, and here, remember, you are not governing the crowd, you are guiding it. So the police was seen as an enemy, historically as an enemy. They dressed like the enemy, but not because they wanted to dress like that. They didn't have any choice. And they used the methods which the previous enemy of the Yishuv used.
Please don't go away. There is a short question for you.
It's
And
not so much
that would be the last one.
This is a footnote for your research. You are probably aware that Dov Shilansky was arrested.
Yeah.
He was arrested for placing a bomb in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to protest the reparations. Shilansky was later on Speaker of the Knesset, and he was a leading advocate of the death penalty for terrorists, but he had been arrested, I believe, jailed for 4 months for terrorism in Israel. So when I asked him, how do you square this with your political position, he said, well, it was a small bomb and it didn't go off.
Now, Shilansky was also arrested on January 7th in the riots. So was Miriam Tassa, later Miriam Tassa Glaser, and her brother, and so was Miriam Rivlin, the mother of Reuven Ruby Rivlin. Yeah, Chaim Korfu was also, yeah. There was an all-star.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, before ending, Dr. Toby was speaking about, there was a question about the religion and the religious opinions in the Knesset, and he mentioned 4 parties. So I just wanted to end by saying that in 1944, there were here elections for the General Assembly of the Yishuv, 1944. There were at that time 450,000 Jews here. How many parties do you think presented themselves for the elections? 400,000? 450,000 people for the General Assembly, 54. We'll end here. Thank you very much. It was a fascinating day, a fascinating panel. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you all for staying, first of all, and I'm going to be very brief. My name is Karen Heilig. I work at the Claims Conference. I've worked there for 23 years. My main job is negotiations with the German government. And about 3 years ago, Greg Schneider had this idea that a film should be made to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the Luxembourg agreements. And that was obviously in November 2019. We were at a screening of a film called Who Will Write Our History, which is about the, done by Roberta Grossman, about the Ringelblum diaries in the Warsaw Ghetto. I don't know how many of you have seen that documentary, but we were very impressed with Roberta. Is a magnificent filmmaker, and she was approached to take on this project. And I acted as the producer of the film, and it was really a collaborative process with the German government. I know Kai is here, and it was a project that took a number of years to do. What I'm going to talk about now is, and many of the people in this room, we were very lucky to have as academics, and you will see them in the film when we see it. A film, as great as it is really not really impactful unless it can be shown. It's only as good as the audience that it gets. So just for 2 minutes, I'm going to show you, because it will be relevant for you, how we're distributing the film and what we hope to thereby achieve by it. Okay, how do I get the next? Oh yeah, so this is actually a copy of this. The film is being shown currently in Jewish film festivals worldwide, and we have hired the film company called Go-To Films. It's actually an Israeli company to be the distributor of the film. It's been going to be shown, has been or will be shown in over 35 film festivals, both Jewish and non-Jewish, including the United Nations Association Film Festival. A film is 74 minutes, but a broadcast version of 58 minutes has been made for broadcast. At the moment, the company Go-To Films that is distributing the film is actually in Amsterdam as we speak. Our distributor is there is a collection of different broadcasters who do documentaries, and she is promoting the film to be acquired by other broadcasters. As I said so far, yes, documentary, Hot 8 in Israel have agreed to do it, and also a television station in the Netherlands. That's where we have agreements, but at the moment we're just getting the broadcast going. In addition, we have hired a company called Good Docs, which is documentaries that do good, to offer it for free to colleges and universities worldwide. Over 330 colleges, and this only started in August, and they can't actually keep up with the orders. And as you can see, the departments within the universities that have asked for it vary quite dramatically. You can see sociology, Jewish studies, human rights, international studies, European history, German studies, law. It's provided free of cost, and that's the company that is doing that. And if there's a website for the film which tells anybody how to get in touch with that. Just a couple of things for examples of what's being done. This is the university in Montreal, Concordia. They did a screening of the film for students and had a post-film discussion with the director, Roberta Grossman, with a special introduction from the Israeli and German consuls in Montreal. That was just done a few weeks ago. I worked on, there was Classrooms Without Borders, which is for teachers. Over 400 teachers joined the screening. It was they had a link beforehand to see the film. They had a 48-hour period, I think, to see the film. Then there was a post-film discussion, which I participated in, which had very good reception. In addition, we are working on educational materials, which we started in the US. They're designed for grades 11 and 12 or college courses across subject areas. As I said, the full film is 74 minutes. There is a version that hasn't been made yet. We're looking at about 36 minutes for school settings, because a school classroom, you don't want much more than 40 minutes. They're generally 40 to 45 minutes. And in addition, when a teacher gets the lessons, they will be able to see the clips relevant to that particular lesson if they don't want to show the whole film. This is for US teachers, which there's 70 lessons that have been planned. We were very lucky that we got an educator from the Museum of Jewish Heritage, which is a Holocaust museum in New York, who was between jobs between there and the USHMM, where she is now working, the Holocaust Museum in Washington. She had a few months between jobs. She agreed to be a consultant. She worked on a total of 7 lessons for us. Here are the names of the lessons. And so if the teacher has only one day, they will use the introduction. Many, especially public schools, will only have one day to do it. Other schools, each lesson is self-contained. You can just pick one of these lessons. And lesson 7 is really designed for use on reparations of halakha. It's designed for use in what's called a yeshiva day school or a Jewish day school within the United States that may want, for that lesson, the students have to have some familiarity with Jewish law and texts. And the standards for this, because they are designed for the US, is something called the US Common Core, which are educational standards within America. And these lessons tell the teacher what actual Common Core standards are dealt with in each lesson. Because as you know, education has to fit in with the education standards of different countries. And each lesson sets out sort of main areas. I'll just quickly gloss over it. And there's clips for the students to view. There's also primary materials, photos, or source material, like the first speeches of the delegations, that whatever relevant for that specific lesson. Suggested answers for the teachers. There's also a teacher's guide that gives teachers background on the acknowledgement. I mean, if you look at your average social studies teacher in America may not be that knowledgeable. If you think the reunification of Germany is already 30 plus years ago. So if a teacher may or may not have even been an adult when that happened. So you have to actually give a lot of background material, as you know, given the age of teachers and the history. Just as we were very lucky, as I said, that this was done by Yale. This is just one example for one lesson. This is a lesson that actually looks at leadership. Just as an aside, I did some version of this with some students at a school called the Abraham Joshua Heschel School in New York City, some 12th graders. They were very interested, and a little bit disappointing for me. They pondered them in the discussion. I was given pretty free range by the teacher, because my daughter goes to the school, to talk about what I wanted. They were interested in whether today's leaders would be able to defy popular opinion and actually take leadership of their country. The fact that they were worried about that probably it probably faces reality, but it's a little bit disappointing. But it was very interesting. The whole concept of leadership, which one wouldn't, is a whole concept in and of itself. And one of the students, interestingly, brought up the discussion whether was interesting discussion, and I don't know the answer. They pondered whether Begin, who was against it and was a man of principle, became a pragmatist for Camp David. And the students wondered whether now he was older and wiser, or whether now he had the responsibility of leadership, or the luxury of opposition. So it raises a huge number of very interesting questions for students to understand, and the idea of these materials, these are just some examples, really, here you can see the film clips are shown, discussion questions, and the teacher can see the answers that they're trying to get from the students. So these are still in draft. We haven't had it fully laid out yet. There'll be 7 lessons. But I just wanted to show you that really we haven't worked out either how to distribute the lessons yet, but really what we want to do is, there's one thing for the film to exist, and the other one is really in colleges and at schools and at universities, as well as for the general public through broadcast and eventually through streaming as well. And I think that's sort of all I want to say, and I really want to say that I think one of the benefits of the film, of being done by the Claims Conference and the German government, is had the Claims Conference made the film, it would have looked different. And had the German government made the film, it would have looked different. And I think it's to the benefit and the credibility of the film that an independent filmmaker did it. And her challenge, which you ask her what was the most challenging thing about the film, where she says, I was caught in a place, between the Claims Conference and the German government, and I had to try and find 2 different narratives and weave them into one story. But I think that adds to the effectiveness of the film and to the credibility and the longevity of the film. And I believe this was an appropriate thing for us to do for the 70th anniversary of the Luxembourg Agreements. And I think students, as we know, have a shorter attention span. They don't like to read books. A film is one of the ways that we can capture them. So that's all what I really had to say. Anybody can also ask questions to Kai, who's here, and it'll be the next couple of days. But now let's just watch the film, and thank you very much.